Okay, good morning, everyone. We're so happy to be here in Fort Bragg, and we will open this September hearing of the California Coastal Commission, and we'll begin with a roll call, please.
Commissioner O'Malley.
Present.
Commissioner Eckerly.
Here.
Commissioner Escalante.
Here.
Commissioner Jackson.
Here.
Commissioner Kelly.
Here.
Commissioner Ketchum.
Here.
Commissioner Nadoff.
Here.
Commissioner Turnbull Sanders.
Here.
Commissioner Wilson.
Present.
Chair Harmon.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Great, thank you very much. And now we'll move to the virtual meeting procedures, please.
All right, good morning. This Coastal Commission meeting is occurring both in person and through Zoom. This meeting is also being webcast and can be viewed online at cal-span.org. If you have internet access and wish to watch or listen to the meeting only and not speak on an item, we recommend use the CalSpan website. Those who wish to address the Commission today can do so in person, through the Zoom platform, or by phone. The speaker request forms may be found on the Commission's webpage. Paper forms and a scannable QR code for paperless submittal are available on the Commission staff table just inside the meeting room. For those on Zoom, we have posted virtual hearing procedures on the Commission's agenda webpage, which is a guide on providing comments via Zoom or by phone. Members of the public speaking during general public comment may be given up to 2 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. Requests to speak during the general public comment period will not be accepted after 9 a.m. on each day of the meeting. In order to provide the opportunity for the broadest range of public participation, you may speak on a specific topic one time only each month. Those speaking on an agenda item that is not general public comment are typically allowed 2 to 3 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. We will accept a request to speak on a regular agenda item until the chair opens the hearing on that particular item. If you have internet access, please go to the Commission's webpage and click on the link to fill out a speaker request. If you do not have internet access or prefer to testify by phone, please call the Commission staff at 562-477-9089. Again, that number is 562-477-9089. Staff will provide you with the telephone call-in number and instructions for how to participate and provide testimony by phone. We will manage speakers coming in and out of the meeting through a meeting organizer. When it is your time to address the Commission, the organizer will invite you to turn on your video and microphone or provide instructions on how to unmute the phone. Madam Chair, that concludes the virtual hearing procedures.
Great, thank you very much. Now we will go to the agenda changes for today, please.
Good morning, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. We have 3 changes to today's agenda. Item 11A is moved to consent. This is the City of Trinidad LCP amendment that reformats and makes minor changes to the city's zoning code. Item 11B is moved to consent. This is the City of Trinidad LCP amendment that adds provisions for reasonable accommodations. And item 13A, the Chevron Products Company application in Eureka, is moved to consent. I would also note that there will not be an enforcement report today, which is item 9 on the agenda. And that concludes agenda changes.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. And now we will open general public comment. Really looking forward to hearing from all of you. So turn it over to our staff. Thanks.
All right, for members of the public, I'll be announcing the names of the upcoming speakers and invite you to speak when it is your turn. Each speaker will be allowed 2 minutes during general public comment at the discretion of the chair. In order to allow for live video testimony on Zoom, we will be bringing you in as panelists. As we bring you in, your Zoom will reload. This may take a moment. To speed up this process, we will bring several people in at a time, but please remain muted and keep your video off until we ask you to speak. After your time is up, you'll be moved back to attendee mode. For members of the public present in the room, I will call your names in the order that they appear on our sign-up list. When you hear your name, please line up behind the podium and introduce yourself when you approach to speak. There is a raise your hand function that will help us find you in the attendee list. If you are using a phone for audio, you can raise your hand by dialing *9. If you are participating by Zoom, you should see a button on your Zoom screen. If you have signed up to speak for this item and are able to do so, please raise your hand now. When it is your time to speak, we will invite you to unmute and turn on your camera. You can unmute yourself on a phone by dialing *6. Looks like we have a total of 28 speakers today for general public comment, starting with people in the room. We have Jason Godecki, followed by Marcia Raffinen and Tristan McHugh. Jason, go ahead and approach the mic, and then turn the mic on at the base. There you go.
All right, good morning. Oh, hi. No, good. That's good. All right, so I'm Jason Godek. I'm mayor of the city of Fort Bragg. Marcia Raffnan is the vice mayor. Welcome to Fort Bragg. And we wanted to just give you a little bit of cultural context since some of you are new to the commission, and this is just a tiny little 2-minute glimpse into one aspect of culture here in our town. So we have experienced conflict and controversy around the name of our town, and that controversy became particularly acute right before the pandemic. And at that time, we formed a citizens commission to talk through that conflict. And so there were folks on both sides of the issue who came together, and they talked for 18 months. I think it was over 60 hours of meeting during the pandemic, so many of those were virtual meetings. And while they didn't arrive at a conclusion about the name of our town, they did come up with consensus recommendations for the city. And so our city council formed an ad hoc committee of culture and education that was given the task of following through on some of those recommendations. And so Vice Mayor Raffnan and I, Vice Mayor Raffnan, who's a member of the Sherwood Valley Band of Pomo Indians, and I have been working on those commitments, codifying and institutionalizing some of those commitments. And I'll read what they are that we've come up with, and our city council has agreed with these. Consult with the governing body of the Sherwood Valley Band of Pomo Indians, as well as other tribal communities on initiatives, issues, or items of concern. Raise visibility and public awareness of the history and contemporary presence of the Native population of our area. Collaborate with local Indigenous people, local schools, and state and regional partners to enhance education on the history and contemporary lifeways of local Indigenous people. And so those are actually codified, and they're with our land acknowledgement on our website at this point. And one of the ways that we sought to institutionalize this commitment was to create a tribal learning center, which if you look on screen, there is an image of a little white building, and that is actually the last architectural vestige of the Fort Bragg Army Post, which was part of the Mendocino Indian Reservation here. And so our goal was to create it. That's 2 minutes already. Only thing I want to say is we're really excited to work with the we're really excited to work with the nonprofit tribal organization Kaipoma, and they are currently using that space as their office, and we'll be collaborating with them to create exhibits over time that will support our schools and also educate the general public. So we'll help you get over there later. The farmers market is today, and that's exactly where it is. So thanks so much for your time. Sorry to go over. That was fast.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
And then Marcia Raffinen, did you also wish to speak? Okay. Next will be Tristan McHugh, Javier Silva, and then Brianna Zuber. And Tristan, whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Commission and everyone here in town. My name is Tristan Anush McHugh. I'm the Kelp Project Director with the Nature Conservancy, and I live and work here in Fort Bragg. I'm here today to speak to an initiative that we've launched here in partnership with a ton of folks here in the room, with the city and others. But to start, to set pace, California is one of the most productive ecosystems on the planet. Rocky reefs and kelp forests are key contributors to this biodiversity and provide additional benefits, including carbon sequestration, nutrient cycling, and protection from coastal erosion. Yet, a legacy of overexploitation, pollution, and growing threats from climate change degraded the health of these invaluable ecosystems. In response to these impacts, the Pacific Coast Ocean Recovery Initiative was established just this past year as a collaborative statewide partnership aimed at restoring and recovering marine ecosystems across California through habitat recovery and endangered species recovery. This is in partnership, again, with the City of Fort Bragg as a member, Ocean Protection Council, and many others, and we're hoping to grow that community as well and offer that to the Coastal Commission. Today, what I'd like to highlight in partnership with Javier here and Brianna, who is on Zoom, is some of the highlights that we've had here to date. So for kelp, I manage and lead our kelp work stream here, and really this is aimed at creating the largest network of bull kelp recovery in the state, and this is done in partnership with the Greater Farallones Natural Marine Sanctuary just south of us. Across this acreage here in Mendocino, we're targeting the recovery of over 35 acres of habitat. 2 of our key recovery sites are in Big River here and then Noyo Harbor. To date, at Big River, we've been able to increase kelp canopy cover by over 700% from the lowest in 2023. So incredible outcomes for an incredible primary producer. With that, I will bump it over to Javier to share a little bit more on some of the tribal capacity building and development.
2 minutes? I think I'll take some of Marsha's 2 minutes. I guess it's 2 minutes. Javier Silva, I am a member of the Sherwood Valley Band of Pomo. I am of Noyo and Yoqueo descent. I am a descendant of the Mendocino Indian Reservation. And I do reside on the property that has been resided by my great-great-grandparents for over 100 years here south of the mill site. Lots of things that I could talk to you about, but I only got 2 to 4 minutes here. So really quickly, our connection to the land for the past 10,000 years has been documented and is well viewed when you go out on these landscapes. There was a reason that this was considered a place to house Native Americans from across California. So, and it was primarily because of the resources that are here, which are have been depleted since settlement. And so one of my goals is to, in working with scientists and working with politicians on some of these issues that we're having to deal with, such as the red abalone, which is one of our staple foods, among other marine resources as well. I have to quote my grandma, who is no longer with us, but she grew up here, and one of her quotes was, you know, when I knew I was on the coast, I knew I would not starve. And so that to me is really important to me. The marine resources are out there as for us to enjoy, but also for us to give back. And so one of my jobs and roles working with Nature Conservancy and Reef Check and others here in the coast and the city is to be able to revitalize that and ensure that, you know, future generations will have the same, or at least get to be able to experience some of the same things that my ancestors did here. So I think I'll be real quick. Thank you.
Thank you. And now on Zoom, Brianna Zuber.
Good morning. Hopefully you can hear me. Thanks for letting me join from Willits. I am a biology instructor at Mendocino College, and Mendocino College is part of the Pacific Coast Ocean Restoration Initiative that Tristan mentioned earlier. So Mendocino College is part of the workforce development piece of this initiative. Our goal is to support students that are interested in going into the field of ocean restoration. So we are creating the curriculum that will support students that allow them to do that. We are creating a marine science certificate, which will include courses like marine biology, oceanography, marine intertidal ecology, and we are also creating a dive program that will help students learn the skills that they need to be able to do the diving, which is important for the especially Pacific Coast ocean restoration. So that's kind of our piece of it. I guess I'm only going to take up 1 minute here, but if anybody has any questions about it, feel free to send me an email.
All right, thank you. And back to the people in the room. We have Sarah McCormick, followed by Jamie Miller, Sheila Siemens, and then Aubrey Gord. Sarah McCormick.
Good morning, Commission. Welcome to Fort Bragg. My name is Sarah McCormick. I work for the city, and I just want to provide you a brief update on the LCP Round 8 grant that you gave the city a couple years ago. So this was an investment of nearly $900,000. I think it was $895,000, and we've been using it for this past couple years to do a really comprehensive roadmap for Noyo Harbor. So we've done, part of the components is a sea level risk analysis, an aquaculture feasibility study, which you will hear from next, a special districts analysis, and lots of public engagement. We have built a website with your investment. I hope you all check it out. It's noyooceancollective.org, and you'll see a lot of the projects that have occurred because we've been able to leverage your investment. So thank you so much for taking a risk a little bit, because it wasn't just looking at the coastal environment and infrastructure. We were also looking at the people it impacted, the economy, and we really appreciate that holistic approach that you invested in. So that's one big thing. I also just want to say that I drew a blank. It's morning. Welcome to Fort Bragg, and I'll pass it off to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have a joint presentation from Jamie Miller, Sheila Siemens, and Aubrey Gord.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to be speaking on behalf of Sheila Siemens and Aubrey Gord today. And my name is Jamie Miller. I'm the Coastal Mendocino Extension Fellow with California Sea Grant, and I'm working with the City of Fort Bragg on the Noyo Harbor Blue Economy Visioning, Resiliency, and Implementation Plan, which is what we're calling the LCP grant update that Sarah just mentioned. And we're calling it the BEVRI plan for short. But what I want to focus on today is the aquaculture feasibility aspect of it. So I'll be providing aquaculture updates from Noyo Harbor. And that plan is funded by the California Coastal Commission, so thank you all for the support on this project. And I have a few slides, so I'm going to run through them. And then next slide, please. I have two mentors who are...
Sorry, can we move the clock so we can see your slides? Whoever's running the slide presentation. Sorry, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I have two mentors from California Sea Grant who are supporting this project, and we also partnered with the Noyo Center for Marine Science. And you can see that map on the left there. This is Noyo Harbor. Where those stars are where we put water quality sensors. And all of those locations were selected with aquaculture in mind. And on the right side, that chart, you can see it's real-time data that's uploaded to a public portal, so our community members can interact with all of this information. That green star near the curve is the Noyo Center Field Station, and so that's where we have most of our animals. And we have 3 baskets in the water with Pacific oysters, red abalone, and purple sea urchin. And so we are monitoring them for health, growth, and survival. And the Noyo Center has an on-land facility at that same location, so we're able to compare what in-water and on-land aquaculture looks like to recommend species, location, and specific types of operations for the future. Next slide, please. And our most recent development is that we were able to get bull kelp in the water. So we partnered with the Nature Conservancy, and through the Peace Corps initiative and that network, we were able to get bull kelp and put it in the water. Next slide, please. And so on behalf of the Noyo Center, I want to share a little bit about their on-land aquaculture. And Sheila Siemens is the executive director of the Noyo Center. Next slide, please. You can skip this one. That's the field station where we work. So they are focusing on regenerative aquaculture. They have a 40-foot shipping container with raceways for urchin ranching on the inside and tumbleculture on the outside. Next slide, please. What that looks like is they'll take empty urchins, zombie urchins from the ocean, put them in an aquaculture setting, fatten them up, and then create high-quality uni. Should I wrap up?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. And you were also speaking on behalf of Sheila Siemens and Aubrey Gord, or are they also speaking?
No, I was speaking on behalf of each of them.
Okay, next will be, or...
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be John Smith and Oneka Dragon, followed by Penny Elia, Anne-Marie Weibel, and Hannah Lapel. John Smith and Oneka Dragon. Mm-hmm.
Good morning, Commission. I appreciate you all being here as well. My name is John Smith. I'm the Director of Public Works for the City of Fort Bragg, and I'm here as part of Eureka, I suppose, to introduce them. But we still have a water issue that we need to address, and this is part of why Eureka is here talking about their technology. We have 3 surface water sources. All are in decline on a pretty regular basis over the last few years. And we're concerned, obviously, about the environment and losing those sources. So we're trying to make sure our portfolio adds different options so we can pull it together and keep the city going. And health and safety, of course, is also needed. And I believe Dragon and Ricky are online on Zoom to finish the discussion.
What was that name again?
The Eureka team, Dragon and Ricky.
I am not seeing those names on Zoom currently. Would that be under the name Dragon Tutich?
Yes.
Okay. So we will move them in right now. And then when you're able to, please unmute and begin.
Hello, everyone. I'm not sure if the presentation is showing up, but in any case, I'll do it verbally. So I'm Dragan, CEO founder of Eureka Technologies. Thank you, John, for the introduction. Indeed, Fort Bragg and other coastal cities in California are facing water challenges. But one of the great opportunities is that they're laying just in front of the ocean, which is an abundant source of seawater. And the seawater also has a lot of energy in the form of waves. So what we do is we combine the ocean seawater and waves to turn it into fresh water just with the motion of the waves. So we're working together on a 12-month project demonstration to demonstrate this technology, which has the promises of making fresh water with no greenhouse gas emissions, no land use, with the well-diluted brine, while also protecting the marine life. And we currently have 1 unit in Florida, some development in Chile, but the unit that we're about to deploy in Fort Bragg, once we have the permit, will be shipped to Fort Bragg soon. And you're invited to come take a look at it on November 14th, where we'll be exposing the unit during this permitting process before we can deploy it in the ocean.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Commission. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And then I believe we have Aubrey Gord again. Aubrey Gord.
Hi, I'm Aubrey Gord. I'm here from Wild Blue Aquaculture. I am working in conjunction with the Noyo Center as well as the Sea Grant Foundation to help support the LCP program that you guys have invested in here in Fort Bragg. I am predominantly holding the commercial aspect of this. We are very early on in our permitting process, so you guys have likely not seen my name or heard of Wild Blue Aquaculture yet, but we are hoping to support the initiative, be here for our folks in Fort Bragg, and continue to develop the economy to support the Beverly and Blue Economy Plan.
Thank you. And then was there an Eureka? I'm not seeing it. Okay, so Penny Aaliyah, followed by Anne-Marie Weibel, Henna Label, Doug Hammerstrom.
I have a PowerPoint, please.
Yes, give us a second to bring it up.
Good morning, and thank you for your time. I have a couple of thank yous this morning. Next slide. The first thank you is related to the 41st Annual Coastal Cleanup Day. Mendocino Parks and state parks have participated in this cleanup for some time, but this year we have 12 sites along the beautiful Mendocino coast. Next slide. During our recent site captain meeting, we had the honor and pleasure of a visit from Eben Schwartz. He enlightened us with an update on marine debris and plastic pollution as only Eben can. Eben has done this up and down our entire coast for 26 years. I met him the first day he started working for the commission and was our representative in Poland in 2019 to celebrate Earth Day. Quite an amazing person. A big thank you to Eben. Next slide. The next item is related to the Eel River Rusk Creek project you approved last month. I strongly oppose this permit for many reasons and felt there were better solutions, and certainly a solution that included tribal consultation. Next slide. However, back to the thank you. My thanks go to the commissioners that spoke out in support of tribal consultation, and specifically Commissioner Preciado. In March of this year, the published opinion was issued interpreting AB 52, the law governing tribal consultation procedures. Tribal consultation must not be treated as a box-checking exercise, but as a substantive and confidential intergovernmental dialogue. I trust the Commission will keep a watchful eye on this project as it moves forward and insist on the required tribal consultation mandated through AB 52. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you. Anne Marie Weibel, Hannah Leigh-Bull, Doug Hammerstrom, Amy Wynn.
Good morning. Welcome to Fort Bragg. Anne Marie Weibel. I'm a member of Albion Bridge Stewards. Our group has been opposed to Caltrans's attempt to tear down the 81-year-old historic Albion River Bridge and replace it with a concrete bridge almost twice as wide. We hired 3 engineers who all said that with proper maintenance and repair, this bridge will last another 50 years. We advocate for repair and maintenance of the historic timber trestle bridge. Up until July 2024, Caltrans considered rehabilitating the bridge. Now, Caltrans completed the final EIR, final EIS, and final Section 4F evaluation. This bridge cost $370,000 in 1944. The length is 969 feet. The height, 135 feet above the river. And it is the last timber trestle bridge on the California highway system. Golden Gate and Big Sur bridges are maintained and constantly. The Albion River Bridge is left to fall apart. Caltrans does not repair or maintain it sufficiently. The cost, based on 2024 estimates, is $126 to $135 million for a new bridge, and soon this number will rise tremendously. While you're here, please go to see this last timber trestle bridge on the California highway system. And please keep track of Caltrans's webpage to see what they're proposing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hannah Leigh-Bull, Doug Hammerstrom, Amy Wynn, and then Megan Durbin.
Good morning. My name is Hannah Leigh-Bull. I'm a resident of Fort Bragg, and I work as a behavioral health care provider in this area. Thank you for being here and everything you do to keep our coast healthy. You may have read my written comment, which I submitted September 7th. I hope it got into your binders, in which I outlined my concerns about the health risks in our areas. Just to reiterate the precautions I'd like to see taken for these health concerns. The toxic contamination at the mill ponds you know about, I've written a couple of times to you in past years. It is disturbing because of its influence on endocrine and immune systems and mental functioning. Secondly, in my written comment, the health risks noted in the draft ESA document on sea level rise strategies for Noyo Harbor, which was published this year in May. It cites some of the CalEnviro screen data specifically higher incidences of asthma in our area and higher incidences of lower birth weight in the 79, higher, there, it's higher than 79% of the California census tracts, other California census tracts. Both asthma and low birth weight also contribute to higher rates of mental illness later on, with increased incidence of addiction and substance abuse, domestic violence, suicide, and other societal challenges. To address these risks, I'm hoping that we can take precautions and enforce precautions for the health of all. To that end, I drafted a resolution submitted to the Fort Bragg City Council in July, which I hope it soon considers, which I included in the written comment to you all. Basically asking that new development, new businesses, new industrial enterprises follow their standards of care in building and creating their enterprises. So I hope you, as you do your talks and tour, I hope you consider helping us enforce these precautions for the health of all in our area before we move on to other development. Thank you.
Thank you. Doug Hammerstrom, Amy Nguyen, Megan Derman, Paul Weekland.
Good morning. My name is Doug Hammerstrom. I'm a resident of Fort Bragg, former mayor of Fort Bragg, and former council member. I really appreciate the Coastal Commission and in particular the help and guidance that you've given Fort Bragg in stewardship of coastal values. I raised today to raise a concern about the lawsuit that's currently going on that involves Fort Bragg, the Coastal Commission, and Mendocino Railway. And the question I raise is why zoning is the subject of settlement talks rather than the jurisdiction of the city and the state over railroad development. What we are seeing is public input on zoning proposals being ignored or virtually ignored, and these proposals are going against a consensus that has been reached by this community over 20 years of meetings on what to do on the mill site. And these comments are being ignored and shortcutted because these proposals serve the desire of the city to settle the lawsuit. The consequences that thoughtful land use planning and stewardship of coastal values are suffering in the process. I'm a retired attorney, and for me, the idea of negotiating in public is anathema, and particularly for public organizations. So I would ask you to do what you can to see that this goes in a different direction, particularly ask your attorney what your attorney thinks about negotiating in public. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Amy Nguyen, Megan Durbin, Paul Weekland, and then Steve Ray.
Hello, commissioners. I'm Amy Nguyen with Nguyen Coastal Planning and Biology. I live in Fort Bragg, and our office is just a couple blocks up. I've got a thank you and a please. And the thank you, it's two-part. Thank you so much for coming. It's always so great to have you guys here. I know we're a little town. It takes a long time to get here. We're a tiny space, but this is absolutely important for us. And so thank you. Second part of my thank you is thank you for your support with staff of the Governor's Emergency Proclamation for Wildfire Resilience. I think that program, from what I can see, has been going well. I hope that the governor extends that another year so more people can take advantage of that. It seems to be protective of natural resources while maintaining wildfire resilience. So thank you to your staff for the support of that program. The please is, as you've seen, we have a really amazing community. Just mingle. That's the please. Get to know people. We've got some brilliant folks here, some very passionate, caring people, very empathetic, really broad thinkers, extremely creative. The programs that were discussed at the front end that's all because of these brilliant people that are here with the support of the commission and all the grant systems that exist in the state. And it's phenomenal. So while you're here, please mingle, please get to know people. Please also ask what they need, whether it's just on a personal basis. Like, we know housing is important for professionals, for the people that work with me in my office and the people that work on these incredible programs. And then just for these, I mean, just the vision of this coast is phenomenal. And working with the people that have been here for millennia and up to you guys here today. So thank you. Please mingle, ask questions, and we'll see you again, hopefully, in the next couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Megan Durbin, Paul Weekland, and then Steve Ray.
Hi, my name is Megan Durbin. I'm a senior planner at WIN Coastal Planning and Biology, and I wanted to make sure I had my opportunity to say anything in particular, but there's nothing more to say than just thank you for being here today. So thanks.
Thank you. Paul Weekland.
I have a handout here for the commissioners. Commissioners, Paul Weekland. I am really concerned about aquaculture in California. The first fish farms were first put in California in 1870. I say again, 1870 is when the first aquaculture ventures were experimented with in California. Unfortunately, the history has been eliminated. The records have been purged, the files have been cleansed. We don't know exactly all of the incidentals, the unintended consequences, the degradation that aquaculture has brought on our state. Some equate it to ecological sabotage, environmental terrorism, and crimes against nature. Some of these ab farms and aquaculture facilities and oyster, you don't know what's going on. The Fish and Game Commission, oh, they don't care because they get grant money. Grant money. The grant-sucking parasites are sucking up so much money, they don't care what it does to the environment. They don't care the problems that are being caused. Every business model is exactly the same. They take out a license, it's for 5 years. They get a lease, 25-year leases for $1 an acre. And then what do? They get a small business administration loan. They go for these grants. They go for an insurance policy. They borrow. They get fundraisers. They have stock. And then what is the outcome? Bankruptcy. Consistently, routinely, look across since 1870. That is what's been happening. And it's all because of the grant money. That's the incentive for these aquaculture facilities. Unfortunately, we will never know the true history because they have trashed the files. It is just not right. It's a fraud. It's crimes being committed. And some of these outplantings and these fish hatcheries, just look at the California state fish, the golden trout, on its way to extinction because the introduction of hatchery fish. I know I'm out of time, thank you very much, but it is a terrible problem. It's the grant-sucking parasites that don't care about anything but the dollar.
Thank you. Steve Ray. I don't see any other in-person speakers signed up after Steve Ray, and then we'll move on to our Zoom speakers, starting with Eileen Boken, Lucia Casalino-Ovo, and Rochelle Todi. Steve Ray, go ahead.
Well, good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, staff, and members of the public. I'm Steve Ray, and I'm here in my unending quest to keep you informed of recent developments on proposed developments in the state of California, specifically today regarding the Morro Bay old power plant property on which a large battery plant is proposed. Well, it seems now that the battery plant may finally be dead, thanks to the citizens of Morro Bay who rose up and organized and passed some legislation in the city that have now made it pretty much impossible. I mentioned to you last month that the owners of the property, Vistor Energy, a major energy firm, are planning to do something else with the property. We thought maybe a different type of battery plant or a different some sort of other technology. Well, we are aware now that it appears that they are coming in with a very highly energy-intensive, high-tech plant proposal dealing with data, and that project is going to be, as I said, very highly energy-intensive. Now, it's right beside an old power plant, but building this huge facility, these centers are very, very demanding in all the energy they consume, and that's going to require major upgrades to the power plant, which will be fired by oil and or gas. So it's time to pull out the old dusty old treatises and books and policy statements regarding climate change and sea level rise again, because this project will certainly affect both. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm seeing 6 speakers on Zoom that we have signed up. Eileen Boken, Lucia Castellanovo, Rochelle Toti. Eileen Boken, I see that you're on a phone. You should be able to unmute now.
I did Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods, speaking on my own behalf. At yesterday's San Francisco Board of Supervisors meeting, the board unanimously passed a resolution opposing the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's proposal to rescind the 2009 greenhouse gas endangerment finding. I would urge the Coastal Commission to oppose the U.S. EPA proposal and submit an opposition letter by the September 15th deadline. New subject. At its August 24th meeting, the State Lands Commission approved the permit for the pilot project in Fort Bragg for the offshore desalination project. I would urge Onika to also come to San Francisco in November for a presentation on their Fort Bragg project. New subject. The Bay Restoration Authority has begun a project to use LIDAR to create a 3D model of the bay and estuary in order to monitor wetlands, shorelines, and restoration progress. I would urge the Coastal Commission to initiate a similar project for the coastline, beginning with the San Francisco coast and the Farallones, which are within the boundaries of the city and county of San Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Lucia Castellanovo. Lucia, I see that you unmuted for a second. There you go.
Thank you. Good morning, Lucia Castellanovo, the Oceano Beach Community Association, and the Defenders of Wildlife and Concerned Citizens for Clean Air, Ecologistics, San Luis Obispo Coastkeeper, and the Center for Biological Diversity, and Morro Coast Audubon Society, and the San Luis Obispo chapter of Sierra Club. We respectfully request that you promptly schedule a review of the Oceano Dunes State Vehicular Recreation Area, the ODSVRA. The last one was held in 2021. It was a long time ago of something that was supposed to happen every year. Although the courts have concluded that you cannot ban driving on the ODSVRA in the manner that you attempted, you can still recommend changes to mitigate the ODSVRA's negative impacts on our communities and the environment. And we respectfully request that your staff develop a recommendation for submission to the San Luis Obispo Board of Supervisors so that the LCP, our LCP, will conform with the Coastal Act and your 2021 resolution to ban driving on local beaches and dunes in accord with your 2021 unanimous resolution. Please act as soon as possible do not expect our county to take corrective actions. We believe it never will. You can and should lead this process. Thank you for listening to Oceano wishes and suffering. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Next is Rochelle Tody, followed by John Gallo, and then Lydia Ponce. Rochelle Tody.
Good morning, Rochelle Tody from the Napomo Mesa area. I sent the Coastal Commission and Director Hucklebridge a letter, and I'd like to play a video so you can see what is going on in the riding area and how birds are treated, vegetation is treated. Please play. I took this video. Clearly the truck could have avoided the birds, but no. I took this video. This is the beginning of the parking lot, I guess you could say. On a summer day. That gentleman intentionally drove over vegetation. Please let the video run. It's only maybe a minute more.
Okay, thank you.
Oh wait, there's one more thing. There, that's important to see. That's where the fence line is.
Thank you. Next will be John Gallo, followed by Lydia Ponce, Leslie Kashiwada, and then we had one more in person, David Gurney. John Gallo. Give us a moment to bring up your presentation as well.
Actually, you can start with the video. There's only a couple slides that are needed at the end. Tell me when I should start. Okay. So hello, everyone. My name is John Gallo from Fort Bragg Headlands Consortium, and I'm talking today about the old mill pond out there, Pond 8, and I've been asked for the commission and staff at the end. So if kept in place, this pond severely impacts the public access to the beach and the ocean. It's also a ticking time bomb of contamination. And currently, our process as a society is figuring out which alternatives we're going to study for what to do about the mill pond. And so there's many alternatives on the table for keeping the pond in place. And there's only one on the table for removing the pond, and it's a flimsy straw man. It's shipping everything in that mill pond all the way to Kettleman City, which is ridiculous. There's a much better alternative that needs to be added to the table immediately, and that's for removing what exists, but using the latest science and technology to do it in such a way that we only have to We can treat much of the sediment here locally and only ship a small portion to Kettleman City. And so we're asking the Coastal Commission to add this into the plan now while you're at the MOU stage of this stay. The city is out of political capital, can't add this. And next slide, please. And this is of utmost importance because you can see in the blue on the right, that's downtown, that's where we're at right now. This area that we're talking about is the area in orange that's currently not accessible by the public because of all of this. And we need to open that all up, become a great beach, and just significantly improve the economy of the area and the benefits that are there. So again, please talk amongst yourselves or your staff or your lawyer, and please consider adding this onto the table now rather than a year from now when it will be too late and a lot of the plans will have been made assuming that the pond is going to stay in place. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Lydia Ponce. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, relatives. With a real heavy heart, I ask, why don't you love us? You only like a few, and maybe there's a few that you love, but the whole of us. We're more than a combination plate. We're more than a margarita or a Taco Tuesday. We are lawyers, doctors, teachers. You hire us to take care of your precious children, while our precious children are across town. Essential workers during COVID time because we belong to the culture of by any or no fashion. We have to. We are resilient people. We repurpose, reuse, and upcycle before it was a thing, before it was trending. We've been innovators before. California Coastal Commission doing about the federal law, the racist kidnappings, the human and sex trafficking. We are indigenous to this continent, and so many of us are coastal indigenous relatives. Will this epic crisis of California inhumanity continue to be met with silence? Are we not part of the EJ policy? California coastal businesses and homes have much success because of the employees that today appeared forever. I'm asking upon you to take into your EJ policies to see what it is that you can do within the rights of humanity, within the rights of us, part of the coastal community, and very much part of California. And my direct speech that I just said I provided for Santa Monica yesterday, and it has everything to do with the task force debacle that they have going on. Simply said, the Santa Monica Task Force for DEI is merely focusing on Tongva, rightly so, and our Black relatives, right? They have omitted any one of the Brown agenda, any part of the Brown agenda, and we won't stand for it, and we're asking you to take a look into it because it is part of your purview for environmental justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Leslie Kashiwada, and then back to David Gurney in person. Leslie Kashiwada.
I have a slide, thank you. Good morning, commissioners and everyone in attendance and online. Last month, I shared some photos of the toxic mill ponds, not too far from where you're currently sitting. Last night, I sent you a letter, so you haven't seen it yet. Here's an aerial photo of operable Unit E, where the mill ponds are. You'll be touring the site this afternoon, but I will be showing you some things you will not see. You'll be looking at Pond 8 from the east instead of by the ocean from the west. Note the location of Pond 7. Next slide, please. The next series of images come from a stability assessment done in 2010. Note the oversteepened wall of the berm holding in Pond 8. The toxins in Pond 7 couldn't be removed because it would have destabilized this berm. Next slide, please. This shows seepage along the same berm. Next slide, please. This shows slumping along the same berm. Next slide, please. Now looking west from the ocean, so just to orient you, remember that, next slide please, remember that the containment structures were built over 100 years ago. This just shows the structure of the cliffs and some of the things holding back Pond 8. Next slide please. This shows the spillway and dam. Note the erosion at the base. Next slide, please. This shows the crib wall just to the south of the dam. Next slide, please. Some reinforcing was done in 2010. This is a close-up where you can, if you squint, you'll see some concrete at the base of the dam, and you'll see added riprap next to the crib wall because of erosion. Next slide, please. This shows high tide and low tide of the beach. My colleague John Gallo mentioned public access, which has been denied because it was behind private property, and now because of the toxins. So the proposed remediation is for armoring and institutional controls like fences and signs, doesn't address managed retreat to accommodate sea level of providing public access to the beach. Enjoy your tour. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sorry we misplaced your speaker slip earlier. David Gurney.
Good morning and welcome to the commission to Fort Bragg. It seems like to me that you've sort of entered in the twilight zone and kind of ground zero of incompetence and soft corruption. All you have to do is go 3 blocks up this street and look at what the Fort Bragg City Council has done to our once jewel of open space, grassy little park, basically paved the whole thing under. Right now in the city of Fort Bragg, you have one guy who's holding down 3 six-figure positions: city manager, finance director, and community development director. And this guy's been in the country less than a dozen years. It seems they've created sort of a rubber stamp operation for approval of maybe some unwise development projects. For instance, the park up here. And also this apartment complex, which you'll be coming to later. But and then you'll be getting a dog and pony show for the development plans of the whole headlands without proper cleanup. So anyway, I just wanted to welcome you and give you a little heads up what you're dealing with. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no more speakers.
Thank you very much, Chris. Do commissioners have any comments or questions pertaining to general public comment? Commissioner Wilson.
Thanks. Just a couple things to note. I want to thank whoever it was that brought up the Coastal Cleanup Day coming up. Yay! Started in 1979 by the North Coast Environmental Center in Arcata, California, in Humboldt County, and was brought together a statewide effort by with the Coastal Commission in 1985. So a good North Coast effort that is now statewide. So I'm very happy about that. Also, next time I'm here, I'm going to look for my Zombie Urchins T-shirt. And that is going to be exactly. And I'm looking forward to seeing whatever band is put together with that name. But I do want to say, for those folks here, this is a very special place, Fort Bragg, and this part of the Mendocino coast. And there was some discussions around, or there was some comment around all of the efforts to bring a more marine-based economy back to this area, and I think there's a ton of really great opportunity in that, and there's just and I'm proud of the Commission's efforts to support that, and I think that we're going to have to work with our sister agencies to also deal with some of the I would say some of the regulatory and policy issues to help promote that, as well as funding. So I think we're well on our way. I mean, if you haven't been to Kelp Fest, by all means, please come to Kelp Fest. It's wonderful. It's amazing. I was privileged to attend the Blue Economies event a few years ago. It's just really, there's a lot of what I think the woman from the WIN Coastal Planning, I can't remember her name, but she's right. I mean, this place, for the small number of people here and the relatives, there is a lot of inspired, smart, and energetic and hardworking people trying to put something together and really not just revitalize, but vitalize for the future this community. And so we're glad to be here. And also, if you can, thank the staff of the commission. I know it's the job of the commission to try and get to every corner of the coast of California, but some are a little more difficult than others to get to. And so I personally want to thank our staff for getting us a meeting here in Fort Bragg. It's amazing. It's a great spot to be. And if you see or talk to any of our staff, likewise, when we're mingling out there, please thank our staff for being here. Commissioners will show up, but staff's the ones that really got to do all the work to get us here. So thank you guys.
Very well said. I agree. Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody for being there today. My apologies. I did appreciate the comment that the real magic happened when you mingle in the community, and I'm sorry I'm not going to have that opportunity this particular year due to a scheduling conflict. But I also wanted to call out and thank Lydia Ponce for her comments, given the reality of that we're living in today. California's Constitution was originally written in 2 languages, English and Spanish, and yet this week the Supreme Court allowed for the language itself to be used as a reason to stop and ask somebody about their status. And so I appreciate you bringing to light the challenges that we're living with today. And so many in my community were called essential, and now we're called illegal. And it's just, it's a shame to have to deal with that reality today. But given the forum that we have, I just want to thank you for calling that out in this space. It matters to me, and I want to appreciate you using your voice here today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders.
Yes, thank you, Chair Harmon. I want to associate myself with the comments that Commissioner Lopez made. I too was struck by the public comment in that thinking about how do we expand and also within our jurisdiction lift up environmental justice with local jurisdictions. And so just also would like to make a recommendation to staff to consider looking at our environmental justice policies and looking at outreach to our local jurisdictions with that regard. Additionally, I wanted to thank the mayor and vice mayor for coming before us today. Really appreciated the background around the repurposing of the Fort Bragg original fort for the Pomo Indian tribe. And I think it offers a creative and elegant approach to some of the challenges that we are experiencing in this country right now, to think about how do we intentionally focus on communities that have been neglected, that have been subjected to genocide, that have been disrespected and not treated like human beings, and how do we continue even in these moments to reach into our common humanity, our values around what it means to be an American, and leaning into that. So I appreciated the public comment today for those reasons, and we'll turn it back over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Turnbull Sanders. Just have to strongly associate myself with those comments and the comments of Commissioner Lopez as well. So thank you. Commissioner Notoff.
Yeah, I too appreciated being here today, and I got a sense from a lot of the comments of the extent of collaboration that's going on here in terms of building a marine-based economy. I wanted to call out in particular, I like the idea of the marine science certificate at the community college level. It is something that could be replicated in other places, and and then I did want to just emphasize the value of being on the ground and seeing projects and settings that we have to deal with on a policy basis. Recently, we were down in Pismo Beach, and we did get a chance to go to Oceano Beach and see what was going on there. And I wanted to just ask staff to really check in with the County of San Luis Obispo and where are we on updating the plans and seeing what we can do there given the court rulings, because that is a continuing concern about the impacts there. So thank you everyone for coming and for working together to make this an even better place, because it's already pretty great.
Thank you. Commissioner Kelly.
Thank you, and I deeply appreciate the comments of my fellow commissioners, and I know that the times that we are living in every day, every headline, every court case. It is deeply troubling and concerning. And I think some of the work that we're seeing and hearing about on the ground here in Mendocino County, it's really uplifting. It's inspiring to see the partnerships and collaboration, and also the dedication to trying to advance economic support for this community, and looking to ways of engaging on really progressive problem solving, whether it's the desal plant product that will be, one of a kind, truly, on the West Coast, and coming to this community, or the work that you're doing in partnership with tribal communities and advancing aquaculture. Where I'm from in Sonoma County, your neighbor to the south, we have a lot of great opportunities to learn from the work that's already happening here in Fort Bragg and in Mendocino County. So I look for additional ways that we can collaborate and learn from the work that you've already started. And I'm really looking forward to getting a firsthand view at some of the projects that we've heard about, especially as it relates to the Mendocino Railway and projects in this community, and hearing from residents in Fort Bragg. And I want to appreciate the comments of the mayor and vice mayor, and thank you for addressing us today. And for the folks in the audience who have taken the time to be here with us and participate, we truly appreciate it, because we're here working for all of you. And I think with respect to how we move forward, and the project that Commissioner Nodoff mentioned, or sorry, the program that's happening in the state parks down in San Luis Obispo County, it is concerning. The videos that we are seeing, people that we're hearing from in the community, it's a public safety issue. We are seeing really dangerous behavior, young people in harm's way of vehicles that are flying above the dunes, and we know that keeping our communities safe while still being able to have recreational access is important, but also the sensitive environmental areas that are being utilized in this way, it's concerning, and we all have concerns, and we need to figure out a way to move forward. And so it is on our minds. It hangs heavy, because seeing these videos and knowing that it continues to happen, we know that there is a situation that is kind of it has the potential to be highly dangerous and destructive for both the sensitive species there, but also the humans that are using it for recreation. And I think we have a duty to do more than what we're doing now. So I look to staff and just request that we continue to prioritize and advance that conversation before we have dangerous outcomes that all of us feel really uncomfortable with. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Preciado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First and foremost, I too want to associate myself with all of the comments of the commissioners. I think we are a wonderful community of stakeholders that represent the public from all over the state, and I really appreciate the testimonials and the feedback we're providing the public. On a personal note, I have new bucket lists that are being created when I miss meetings like this. I hope the staff brings us back to Fort Bragg in the coming years, so that I can actually attend in person. And lastly, I wanted to support and compliment the staff. I had an opportunity to visit the San Diego office last week. I was pleasantly well, not surprised, but I was pleasantly excited after I left, because I saw very committed professionals, very committed and knowledgeable colleagues that support the work of the commission in their professional and expert capacities, and I look forward to our work ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you. Commissioner Jackson, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everybody, for being here. This is my third time at Fort Bragg, and the first time was back in the late 80s when the mill was operating. And I fell in love with the little town then, and I've had two subsequent visits. Second time was right after the pandemic, or actually right after the pandemic. I was here with my boys, and now this third visit. And every time I come back, I am struck by the beauty, the charm of this city, and the palpable passion from you all who are here championing the right causes. I got here yesterday morning and two things really struck out. Number one was the big brown sign, Coastal Access. That always warms my heart every time I see that. Then I parked and I walked across the wooden bridge just north of here. And it was, what really struck out, there was a gentleman at the hotel in his white robe. It was early in the morning, white robe with his coffee mug. I think he had some libations in there. And he was just taking it all in. And we exchanged some pleasantries, and I watched all the other folks get out of their cars. There's a woman in her RV, and they were waking up to the beauty of this majestic, really special part of California. I'm from the South, in the LA concrete jungle, and it was really nice to be here, to see this part of the state wake up, to take in its beauty, to appreciate the potential that is here. And I just want to thank you all for fighting the good fight. Staff does a remarkable job, makes it easy for us, but it's you all that bring these issues to staff's attention and our attention that really reminds us of why we do what we do and why it's all important that we have this collaborative relationship. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for the hospitality. This is, I was even thinking, I said, man, I could live up here. This is a great area, right? It really, really is. And I was talking to Commissioner Wilson the other day, who's from north of this area, and we were chatting about the beauty, and it's different if you drive from the south to the north as it is from the north to the south. So this is a special part of the state that is oftentimes overlooked, particularly when it comes to tourists. And that's, not necessarily a bad thing. It's the good and the bad. But it's a special part of the state, and I appreciate you all fighting to keep, preserve, and to thoughtfully grow this part of our community. So thank you all.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, everyone, for your testimony this morning. With that, we will close public comment and move to the statewide items, beginning with Director Hucklebridge and the Executive Director's report.
Thank you, Chair Harmon. Good morning. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, members of the public. My published Executive Director's report can be found on the website, but as usual, I'll spend a few minutes going through it. First up, just wanted to thank the community of Fort Bragg for having us for these 3 days. We always love coming up here. It's a little bit hard to get here, but once we're here, as you see from the commissioner comments, everybody's happy, and I myself took a walk on the bluffs this morning and had a similar experience, just really appreciating the beauty of your community. So thank you again for having us here. I would also like to welcome Dr. Carl Larson, who is not here in person today, but will be here tomorrow, who will be joining the commission as the ex officio member representing Lieutenant Governor Eleni Koudalakis. So he will be here tomorrow. You'll get a chance to meet him in person, but just wanted to officially kind of welcome him. And when you see another person tomorrow up on the dais, that's who it is. So next up, this month I approved an LCP grant for the city of Huntington Beach for almost $500,000. The city will build on previous grant funded work to develop a coastal resiliency plan update, an LUP update primarily focused on sea level rise, and an update to the city's existing floodplain ordinance. The project will also include an update to the city's sea level rise vulnerability assessment to account for the most recent technical studies that were developed for the Magnolia Tank Farm site and to reflect the most recent state sea level rise guidance that was adopted in 2024. Next, we wanted to report out on a staff-to-staff meeting that we had with the City of San Diego's Parks and Rec Department to follow up on the various management strategies to reduce harassment to the sea lions in La Jolla Cove that were discussed during public comment at last month's commission hearing. So the city shared with us that they have recently increased park ranger staff in La Jolla during weekends and holidays, and are in the process of bringing on a few additional volunteers to assist the park rangers with education, and further are planning on coordinating with tour bus operators to provide educational materials in different languages so that tourists stay a safe distance away from marine mammals. So we'll continue to update you all as we have additional information on that topic. On August 19th, South Central Coast District staff member Jackie Phelps participated in a panel along with staff from the Merito Foundation, which is a whale-tail grant recipient, to spotlight the ways in which whale-tail grants support community-driven programs, including those within the South Central Coast District area that connect underserved youth to the California coast. So just wanted to shout out Jackie there, and thanks to our public education staff for helping out with that presentation. Next, I have a few exciting public access announcements. First, we are excited to note the soft opening of the Estero Americano Coast Preserve Trails Network in Sonoma by the Wildlands Conservancy. The Commission, as you may recall, approved the CDP for this trail network in November of 2024. And since then, the Commission's transportation program and North Central staff have worked closely with the Wildlands Conservancy and Sonoma County staff to facilitate this incredible new public access opportunity along a stretch of undeveloped and incredibly scenic coast that has historically been inaccessible to the public. The trail network is currently open Fridays and weekends, and staff continues to work to support wildlands so the trail network can be open 7 days a week, which is anticipated this fall, as well as to support wildlands and Caltrans in a partnership to realize habitat restoration of much of the preserve. Second, I wanted to highlight the opening of 2 newly improved public access stairways that occurred just last week. A new and improved Surfers Beach stairway in Half Moon Bay, which has been closed since the winter storms of 2023, and a new stairway at Deer Creek Beach in Malibu. Both stairways stem from our partnership with Caltrans and were recently authorized by this commission this year. The new stairways serve vital and needed public access in busy urban regions and are significantly strengthened and improved to provide better and more secure public access. So next up, a few announcements from the public education program. First, as was noted this morning, Coastal Cleanup Day is almost here. Hopefully you all have your calendars marked for Saturday, September 20th. And as you heard a little bit in public comment this morning, our public education staff, led by the fabulous Eben Schwartz, has been attending organizing meetings for the upcoming, and this is the 41st annual California Coastal Cleanup Day. These meetings, which take place in almost every county of the state, help prepare lead volunteers for organizing cleanup sites, keeping volunteers safe, and making sure the cleanup is a success. Staff has heard an enormous amount of enthusiasm about this year's Trasher Hunt theme and is looking forward to seeing and hearing about the turnout. So you're all invited to check out coastalcleanupday.org to find your local cleanup and join the fun. And just huge shout out to Eben and the rest of our staff who've been working tirelessly to pull off this event this year. And again, really hope to see you all out on the beaches. It's a fabulous event we get to do every year, and hope you all can participate. Next, the Dock Walker program is turning 25. Since 2000, over 1,400 partner dock walkers have shared clean boating practices with over 130,000 boaters across the state. The Dock Walker program, implemented by California State Parks, the California Coastal Commission's Boating Clean and Green program, and the Bay Foundation, is the first of its kind in the nation and has championed peer-to-peer education and outreach to inspire environmental stewardship in California. Please check out our celebratory page and all the amazing videos from partner dock walkers. And again, thanks to our staff for their tireless efforts supporting this program. Lastly, public education just recently announced the winners and honorable mentions of the Climate Storytelling Contest. The contest invited California middle and high schoolers to answer the following prompt through a narrative essay, podcast, or photo essay. What are your feelings towards climate change? And how can those feelings be turned into action? We got some really fantastic entries, and I would urge you all to check them out on the contest webpage. So as I have previously mentioned, the Coastal Commission has been lucky to have several summer interns across our teams and units this summer. In our tech services unit, working with the Commission's coastal engineer, Jeremy Smith, we had an intern, Rafa Kutin,
from Cal State University's Coast Internship Program, who made amazing progress towards developing a statewide database of commission's permit actions, authorizing sand to be placed on beaches. Rafa presented his preliminary findings to the San Francisco office on how such a database could be used to answer key resource management questions, such as visualizing where sand is coming from and evaluating how permit requirements have been effective across the state. Daniel Pavola from Stanford University Haas Center Cardinal Quarter Fellowship program, has also made great progress on a research project evaluating how the state's cliffs and dunes erode and are influenced by coastal armoring. So again, another shout out and thank you to all of our summer interns, and we look forward to welcoming more back next year. Lastly, as I hope you are all aware, we are planning a field trip to the mill site this afternoon. We'll be starting at 1:45 or at the close of the hearing, whichever happens later. This field visit is open to the public, and we have posted the itinerary online, and we do have a couple of hard copies in the back of the room for anybody who might want one. Our first stop is just a couple blocks down the road here, so I think the plan for commissioners will be to walk down there from here. We'll leave at 1:30 and walk together down to the first set of stops. We will need to drive to subsequent stops, and staff has vans and have figured that out for commissioners, but just want to make sure the public is aware. You will need vehicle transit if you're going to participate throughout the entirety of the field visit. So with that, Madam Chair, I will conclude my ED report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Director Huckelbridge. Are there any public comments on the Executive Director's report?
There are no speakers for this item.
Okay. Any comments or questions from commissioners? Commissioner Turnbull Sanders.
I had a question. Thank you, Chair Harmon, and for Dr. Huckelbridge. On the new public access way, the Deer Creek or Deer River in Malibu, is that portion of PCH to access that open to the public, or how would the public access that now?
So it is Deer Creek Beach in Malibu. And I do believe Highway 1 is open to the public at this point. It's limited, and there is some traffic controls, I think, still in place on Highway 1. But my understanding is the road is open. And I don't know, Linda, I'll look at, can you get down to the public stairway? I'm getting a yes. So I do believe it's open access to the public at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, seeing no further questions, we will move on to the legislative report. Mr. Drake.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Commissioners. This is the legislative report for September. The past few weeks have been a mad dash to the end of the legislative session, which is on Friday. On August 29th, the Appropriations Committees held their second round of suspense hearings in which they announced which bills were moving on this year and which were being held. Any bills that were held have been marked as held under submission in the written legislative report. All of the Commission's priority bills passed out of appropriations and are now either on the floor or already on the governor's desk. Several priority bills did receive amendments coming out of appropriations, and I'd like to draw attention to just a few of those. First, AB 399 by Assemblymember Borner, which would direct the Commission to set up a program for blue carbon demonstration projects, was amended to specify that the bill would take effect only if the legislature appropriates funding for its implementation in a future state budget. The legislature passed the bill on Monday, and it's currently on the governor's desk. Next, AB 462 by Assemblymember Lowenthal was also amended coming out of appropriations. That's the bill that would shorten the amount of time that the Commission and local governments have to process coastal development permits for ADUs and would eliminate appeals of local ADU CDPs. The amendment cleared up a point of ambiguity that staff described in last month's legislative report, stemming from a provision that would direct local governments to forward complete building permit applications for ADUs to the Coastal Commission. The recent amendment clarifies that the Commission must receive a complete coastal development permit application in order to process a permit for an ADU, as is the case for all development. That bill is now on the Senate floor. AB 1007 by Assemblymember Blanca Rubio was amended twice in the past 2 weeks. That's the bill that would require all state and local permitting agencies to approve or disapprove permits for housing projects within 45 days of receiving a complete application. The bill was amended coming out of the Senate Appropriations Committee to specify that the state's two coastal permitting agencies, the Coastal Commission and the San Francisco Bay Conservation and Development Commission, shall remain subject to the 90-day deadline that was recently enacted earlier this session by AB 130, the Housing Budget Trailer Bill. This amendment means that the Commission will continue to perform an expedited review of most housing projects under that recent legislation while resolving staff's previously identified concerns about meeting a 45-day deadline given the Commission's meeting schedule and staffing capacity. AB 1007 was then amended again last week to make the state and regional water boards similarly subject to a 90-day deadline for their housing-related approvals. The bill is currently on the Senate floor. SB 364, the latest bill proposing to exempt billboard fortification projects from all state and local permitting, was also amended coming out of Approps. The amendments removed the proposed permit exemption, resolving staff's concerns with the bill. Several other bills that the Commission has been tracking have already been enrolled and are on the Governor's desk waiting for action. AB 439 by Assemblymember Chris Rogers, which the Commission took a support position on, passed out of the Senate last week with bipartisan support and is now on the Governor's desk. That bill would streamline the implementation of approved de minimis amendments to local coastal programs and port master plans. And it would also standardize the contents and the timetable on which the Commission periodically reports to the legislature about its enforcement activities. AB 996 by Assemblymember Gail Pellerin passed out of the Senate last week with unanimous approval and is now waiting for Governor's action. The bill would establish a voluntary process for local governments to consult with the Commission when they're preparing the sea level rise plans and associated LCP amendments that all coastal local governments are required to develop by 2034. Also, SB 484 by Senator Laird, which the Commission voted to support, reached the Governor's desk. That bill would direct the Commission to establish categorical exclusions for 100% affordable housing projects in infill areas of 3 or more uncertified local jurisdictions. The legislature passed it earlier this week with unanimous bipartisan support. There is one new bill on the Ledge Report this month, and that's AB and SB 149 by the budget committees. This is a budget trailer bill that went into print Monday night. It would make numerous statutory changes broadly on the topic of public resources. Relevant to the Coastal Commission, the bill would add language to the Coastal Act stating that all temporary developments undertaken by the International Olympic and Paralympic Committees and by the Los Angeles Organizing Committee as a part of carrying out the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games will be considered temporary events that are exempt from the requirement to obtain a coastal development permit. The bill would require those temporary developments to avoid significant impacts to coastal resources to the extent feasible, and it would also direct LA 28 to coordinate with the Commission on the planning of all temporary events in the coastal zone associated with the 2028 Olympics and Paralympics. This budget trailer bill is a refined version of draft language that the Governor's administration publicly released earlier this summer. The original language would have more broadly made all development associated with the Olympics exempt from the Coastal Act. After hearings in the legislative budget committees, the proposed exemption was concentrated to focus on just the temporary development associated with the Olympics. Under this approach, the trailer bill would facilitate Olympic events happening in the coastal zone by making truly temporary development exempt from the CDP process. This is similar to the temporary event exemption that's already in the Coastal Act. At the same time, the language also remains protective of coastal resources, both by providing for ongoing coordination between LA 28 and the Commission, and by clarifying that development projects that may be done in anticipation of the Olympics, but which are permanent, such as realigning roadways or upgrading public infrastructure, will occur in a way that's fully consistent with the Coastal Act. In terms of the process ahead for this bill, AB 149 and SB 149 both contain this language related to the Olympics, reflecting agreement on it between the two houses. One of the two bills will move forward as the designated trailer bill sometime this week. Lastly, one of the Commission's priority bills was already signed by the Governor, and that's SB 856 by the Senate Natural Resources and Water Committee. Relevant to the Commission, that bill amends the Coastal Act to clarify that when the Commission waives the filing fee for an application for a CDP or a CDP amendment for a habitat restoration or public access project proposed by a nonprofit, the Commission may specify whether that fee waiver also applies to future amendments to that permit. The Commission took a support position on the bill earlier this year, and now that it's been signed, it'll take effect on January 1st. Looking ahead, as I mentioned at the top, this is the last week of the 2025 legislative session. Last night was the last opportunity for bills to be amended and still moved this year. The deadline for the legislature to pass bills is the end of the day on Friday. After that, the Governor will have until October 12th to sign or veto bills. With that, Chair Harmon, that concludes the legislative report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you very much. Are there any public comments on the legislative report?
There are no speakers for this item.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Any comments or questions from the Commission? Commissioner Wilson.
Yes, thank you, for, staff and all those that helped to push back the language that was being promoted by the Outdoor Advertising Association through legislation that would make really, it's not the redefinition of maintenance of billboards, not just on the coastal California, but all through the state, that would allow the complete rebuild of those structures, even when they are in non-conforming zones, and even when local jurisdictions have said that they're not to be rebuilt through their local ordinances, would have exempted all that. Would have exempted all the state legislation in the past, the state agencies, and even worker protections in those spaces. So thank you for that. I just want to. I know that 462 now has an exemption for basically appeals to the commission for ADUs in the coastal zone. I have a couple of concerns that maybe we can, for maybe for future reference, which is one is coastal access is something that is always challenged, and especially we have to remember that these structures in the coastal zone, in some places, like where up here on the North Coast, typically more often than not, an ADU is not something that is in a high value area. And what I mean by that, the property is probably not worth $4 or $5 million. In some areas, it's a little different than that, and sort of the exemptions around ADUs can be really exploited and manipulated. And so I'm concerned about that, sort of, especially just mostly around coastal access. And it takes away the ability of the commission to review that for that. I mean, we have a litany of things that we review in appeals, but that's really, I think, the key one, and the sea level rise is probably next in line. I will note that, coming from local government, we're often advocating for the, that local government should have that control, that we make that that we make that choice, and we're reticent to have another agency review that. In this case, I'd say a cautionary note to local governments. Oftentimes those appeals come through the commission will save that local government the being drawn into a lawsuit, because the local government then is interpreting the Coastal Act, or they're interpreting their local LCP, and without the adjudication of this body as a filter for which to go through, local governments they're now the front end of that adjudication between neighbors and the community, and even outside third-party groups. So I full-heartedly support more housing in the coast, especially housing that people actually live in, and which, as we know, sometimes that doesn't happen necessarily, since a lot of things that we call housing on the coast are second homes or short-term rentals or whatever they may be. We really want to do the job of creating more housing. We have to actually create housing that people live in. But in this case, removing that appeal, I think it may not produce the amount of housing we might want to imagine it to produce, even though that's what we want it to do. And I'm looking forward to getting data on that as we move forward. Again, there's nothing, we should definitely have ADUs be easier to build, cheaper to build, more of them all over the state of California. But on that thin line that is the coast, we have some special needs related to public access. And again, there's just a high level of litigation that I think we should, that local governments should be, think about as we move forward in this process. Thank you to staff for all your hard work on this. We'll always be working more to, again, bring more housing opportunities to the coast and also protect public access. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. I believe we did have one person that wished to speak.
Yes.
If
Mr.
we
Ray.
would take them. Yeah, Steve
Please
Ray.
come on up.
First of all, thank you, Chris. Madam Chair, Commissioners, staff, and members of the public, I'm Steve Ray again. I haven't changed my name yet. I wanted to address the legislative process that the Commission goes through. Legislation is often compared to making sausage. You don't want to see either. You can wind up with some really sweet tasting stuff, but some of it can be putrid. So, and that's the way it is with legislation. I actually, years ago, used to work in probably the world's largest sausage factory. It's also called the U.S. Congress. And I've been up in the state capitol many times over the years, lobbying or talking to legislators and staff members up there about legislation they're going through. And I know this last week is going to be a huge effort to make sure you don't wind up with a lot of sausage that's putrid in the process. And the Commission is very fortunate in that you have such an excellent staff doing this work for you and backed up by not only Sacramento, but staff in San Francisco who works on all of this too. And under the leadership of Sarah Christie and Sean Drake, you guys are so lucky because I have dealt with a lot of these people over the years, and sometimes you wonder how they ever got in the profession. But the Commission is very lucky to have these experts here doing this job. It's very difficult. This last week, you wind up with all kinds of things in the sausage. And so I just wanted to congratulate them. I know they're busy this last week, but they'll finally get about a break of 2 days, and then they start on the next period. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. Okay, now Commissioner Nada.
Yeah, I too wanted to just say that it's good to see the outcome on several of these bills that we were watching, in particular preserving the Commission's ability to do its job in terms of reviewing applications and with enough time, but still moving expeditiously. I'm prone to point out often at these Commission hearings that there's a lot of housing proposals that go through on consent or administrative permits so that things are moving, and the Commission is doing our part in getting housing, affordable housing in the coastal zone within urban service area boundaries. So I was glad to see the outcome on that. I do want to make sure that to associate myself with my concern that I think there are times when the appeal process is very valuable. And just to remind folks that the vast majority of appeals that come to the Commission finds that the local government has actually taken the appropriate considerations into account, and we let those stand. So, but in the rare instances where there's a statewide interest that needs to be looked at, I think having that authority is an important part of the Commission's responsibility. So I did just thank you for the good work. It's been a rough year. It's not over yet. And next year will probably be rough too, but I'm glad we are in good hands. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Eckerly.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just wanted to draw the commission and the public's attention to the, there was budget language that was included. It's SB 105 that came out late last night that has all of the proposed appropriations for that climate bond. So this is significant funding for climate resilience projects and habitat restoration, including funding for the Coastal Conservancy, the Ocean Protection Council, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and others to do this good work. So I'm still trying to get my arms around the details, but that language is in print and I think is moving towards the governor's desk.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm going to suggest we do item 6D and then take a quick break. So this is to you, I think, Director Huckelbridge.
Yes, the next item, 6D, is the revised 2026 meeting schedule. There's just one proposed change to the previously approved meeting schedule for the month of February. We need to move the February meeting dates back a week to February 4 through 6 to accommodate PSA deadlines, given that we don't have a January meeting. So unless there's any questions, I'll turn it back to you, Madam Chair, for a motion and a vote.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on this change?
There are no speakers.
Great. Thank you, Chris. Any discussion or a motion from commissioners?
I'll move approval of the revised schedule for
Second.
2026.
Okay, that is a motion from Commissioner Nodoff and a second by Commissioner Wilson. And because we have two commissioners online today, I'd like to ask for a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner O'Malley.
Yes.
O'Malley, yes. Commissioner Escalante.
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Jackson.
Aye.
Jackson, yes. Commissioner Kelly.
Aye.
Kelly, yes. Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Lopez, yes. Commissioner Nodoff.
Aye.
Nodoff, yes. Commissioner Preciado.
Yes.
Preciado, yes. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders.
Yes.
Turnbull Sanders, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Chair Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. The vote is unanimous.
Great, thank you. Okay, we'll take a quick bio break, and if everyone could be back at 5 minutes after 11. Thank you. Commissioner Wilson. Thank you. Okay, we're returning to session now. So that brings us to item 7, the consent calendar, please.
Yep, this item is for applications to be moved from regular to the consent calendar. As mentioned during the agenda changes earlier this morning, there are 3 items that we are recommending be moved to consent. And those are item 11A, the City of Trinidad LCP amendment to reorganize, reformat, and make minor changes to the certified zoning code. Item 11B, the City of Trinidad LCP amendment that adds zoning code requirements to process reasonable accommodation requests consistent with federal and state housing laws. And item 13C, the Chevron Products Company application for dock repairs in Eureka. We are not aware of any opposition to these items. The applicants are in agreement with the recommendations, and staff is recommending that the commission vote and approve this item.
Great, thank you. Are there any ex partes to report on any of these items? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask if there are any members of the public who wish to speak on any of these items moved to consent.
For all 3 items moved to consent, we only have 1 person for each item available for questions, and no speakers.
Great, thank you. Okay, I will return to the commission. Does anyone wish to remove any of these items? Okay, I'll entertain questions, comments, or a motion on the consent calendar.
Move consent.
Second.
Thank you. That's a motion by Commissioner Wilson and a second by Commissioner Kelly.
Okay.
And we will ask for a roll call vote, please. We'll just pause for 1 second, get some technical stuff working.
Luis, go ahead.
Okay. Commissioner Escalante.
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Jackson.
Aye.
Jackson, yes. Commissioner Kelly.
Aye.
Kelly, yes. Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Lopez, yes. Commissioner Nodoff.
Aye.
Nodoff, yes. Commissioner Preciado.
Yes.
Preciado, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner Jackson.
Aye.
Jackson, yes. Commissioner O'Malley.
Yes.
O'Malley, yes. Chair Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. The vote is 9-0.
Great, thank you. The consent calendar is adopted. So there's no enforcement report today, so we will move to item 10, the Deputy Director's Report for the North Coast District. Thank you, Ms. Gray.
I'd like to start by reporting the Executive Director's Certification Review for the City of Fort Bragg LCP amendment that was approved by the Commission in April of this year. This is LCP Amendment FTB 24-47-1, which added a third planning sub-area known as Area C to the mill site planning. This amendment rezoned areas for public access, recreation, and visitor serving uses, and rezoned an existing housing area into medium density residential. The City Council acknowledged and accepted the Commission's suggested modifications, and the ED has determined that the city's action meets the requirements for certification. And in addition to this item, the Deputy Director's report includes 1 waiver, 1 immaterial amendment, and 2 permit extensions. Staff is not aware of any opposition to these items, and we are asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to any item in this report. We're available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gray. Are there any ex partes to report? Okay, seeing none, are there any public speakers on the Deputy Director's report?
We have no speakers, just one available for questions.
Thank you. Do 3 or more commissioners object to any item in the Deputy Director's report? Seeing no objection, the Commission concurs. Thank you. Now we'll go to item 12, please.
Yes, items 12A and 12B are 2 related appeals in the City of Fort Bragg. Melissa Kramer, the Coastal Program Manager in our North Coast District, will be giving the presentation.
Good morning, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. There is a PowerPoint presentation, please. Are we able to see that? Oh, there it is. Okay. This is a combined presentation and hearing on the City of Fort Bragg's approval of a coastal development permit and CDP amendment for a multifamily residential and mixed-use development project located at 1151 South Main Street. Next slide, please. The subject property is a vacant 2.6-acre lot west of Highway 1 and south of the Noyo River. The lot is between the sea and the first public road, and it's near a few different coastal access points, including Todd Point, Pomo Bluffs Park, and Hare Creek Beach. Next slide. Here's a closer look at the site vicinity. The property is marked with a blue star. The property is bordered by 3 local streets: Harbor Avenue to the west, shown here with a green dashed line, Ocean View Drive to the south, shown with a blue dashed line, and an unnamed frontage road to the east that runs parallel to Main Street, which is Highway 1 to the east. The city boundary is indicated with red lines, and the property borders the city boundary to the west. The lands immediately west of Harbor Avenue are rural residential properties in unincorporated Mendocino County. Next slide. This slide shows the relationship and timelines of the 2 permit actions. The city approved a CDP in March of this year, authorizing the construction of an 86-unit multifamily housing project that included studio, 1-bedroom, and 2-bedroom units in 7 apartment buildings, ranging in height from 32 to 38 feet. 8 of the residential units were designated affordable to households of very low income. The CDP also authorized a 1,000 square foot commercial retail space, a parking lot, landscaping, playground, stormwater management infrastructure, and street improvements. In April, the Commission received 2 appeals, raising a number of issues. In May, the applicant submitted a waiver of the 49 working day deadline for the opening of the appeal by the Commission. The applicant subsequently submitted a revised project description to the city requesting to amend the CDP to address issues raised in the appeals. The city approved the amended project in July with additional visitor serving uses in the form of 4 hotel units, one of which will be rented to visitors at a low-cost rate, and all of which will be managed out of the adjacent Emerald Dolphin Inn, which is also under the applicant's ownership. To integrate these hotel units into the design, the project as revised includes 83 housing units, 8 of which will continue to be designated for very low-income households. The revised number of housing units is consistent with the project's maximum density bonus allocation. The revised project also adds a public access path across the parcel from the frontage road to Harbor Avenue and proposes signage to be installed along the path, directing access to Poma Bluffs Park north of the site. 5 separate appeals were filed on the city's CDP amendment, raising a number of issues, a few of which I'll get into in a moment. Next slide. Slide 5 shows the approved site plan, showing 7 apartment buildings, 2 of which directly front Main Street. There's an L-shaped parking lot west and north of the site. The visitor-serving hotel units and retail store would be located on the ground floors in the front portions of the 2 buildings that front Main Street. Next slide. Here are visual renderings of the development. The upper rendering shows the view from Main Street looking west. The lower image shows the view from Harbor Avenue looking east. Next slide. The various appeals filed raise a wide array of issues, a few of which I'll touch on. Next slide. Several of the appeals allege that the approved project does not conform to the LCP requirements for the Highway Visitors Commercial Zoning District, including but not limited to requirements that residential uses be restricted to the upper floors, or if allowed on the ground floor, then only to the rear of the buildings. This map shows the land use designations in the project vicinity. The property, again, is marked with the blue star and is located in a sort of pale orange area, indicating the CH designation along the highway. Next slide. As described in the LCP, the CH lands typically are applied to lands along Highway 1, and typical uses include motels and other lodging, restaurants, and retail outlets. Residential uses are permitted with a conditional use permit above the ground floor or on the ground floor in the rear of buildings at a maximum density of up to 24 units per acre. The city approved both a conditional use permit as well as the CDP for the project, and the residential and visitor serving uses are all allowed on CH lands under the LCP. The city's approval was supported by findings demonstrating the project complies with all the land use standards except height limit, floor area ratio, and density. However, the LCP allows for density bonus and inclusionary incentives as part of an affordable housing project, provided that the density increase will have no adverse effect on coastal resources. As mentioned, the approved project includes 8 affordable units. Next slide. The density bonus and inclusionary incentives approved by the city are allowed under state density bonus law and the city's LCP. In brief, at 24 units per acre allowed in the CH zone, the 2.6 acre lot could support 64 units. The applicant initially requested a 55 unit project and proposed 15% of the units, or 8 units, as affordable to households of very low income. As a result, the project qualifies for a density bonus totaling 83 units. Projects are eligible for 3 incentives for projects that include at least 15% of units reserved for very low income households. For this project, the applicant requested and the city granted the three incentives listed here. As mentioned, the LCP and density bonus law allow granting of incentives so long as it can be found that the requested incentives would not have an adverse effect on coastal resources. Next slide. The appeals contend that the approved project prioritizes private residential uses over visitor-serving uses, and that there are feasible alternatives that would provide more visitor-serving uses than the approved project, such as additional hotel units or other visitor-serving uses on the ground floors of the buildings. Rather than proposing visitor serving uses on the ground floors of all 7 buildings, which across all buildings total over 24,000 square feet, the approved development includes about 3,400 square feet of visitor serving space on the ground floors of 2 of the buildings closest to the highway. The applicant requested this incentive to not require visitor serving uses on the ground floors of all 7 buildings to maintain the project's financial feasibility, as explained in the city's findings that include a market and feasibility analysis. Special conditions of the project require the applicant to maintain the project's visitor serving elements consistent with the intent of the CH land use and zoning designation and with LCP policies that prioritize visitor serving uses. Given the high degree of legal and factual support for the city's decision and the standards for granting density bonuses and inclusionary incentives under the certified LCP that have been met, the city's decision will not set an adverse precedent for future interpretations of its LCP. Next slide. Though this is a relatively large housing project for the city's coastal zone, the project is limited to a single residential property, to a single property adjacent to the southern end of the city that will have no significant effect on coastal resources. As discussed in the findings, there are no significant visual resources affected by the city's decision. There are no environmentally sensitive habitat areas, wetlands, or natural drainages on or adjacent to the site. The site is not within a hazardous area, and the city's findings demonstrate that the approved project as conditioned will be served by adequate services, including improved local roadways, on-site drainage infrastructure, and connections with municipal water and sewer services. The city's findings also demonstrate that the project as designed and conditioned with significant open space and permeable areas will infiltrate and treat a significant volume of stormwater on site, thereby minimizing any effect on groundwater and domestic wells west of the site. The city's approval also includes appropriate traffic mitigation, including but not limited to a requirement that the applicant work with the Mendocino Transit Authority and the school district to install a bus stop if warranted. Next slide. Therefore, given the high degree of factual and legal support for the city's decision, the numerous conditions of approval imposed to protect coastal resources, and the lack of precedent-setting potential this project will have on future CDP decisions for projects in the CH zoning district, staff recommends that the city's approval of the CDP amendment does not raise a substantial issue of LCP conformance. A no substantial issue decision by the Commission on the CDP amendment would render the CDP amendment final and effective, which in turn would render the original CDP approval as having no legal effect. Thus, with the appeal of the original permit effectively moot, the contentions raised under the original permit approval also would not present a substantial issue. So the motions to adopt the staff recommendation of no substantial issue are found on pages 11 and 12, and this concludes our presentation.
I would just quickly note that at the substantial issue phase of an appeal, the only people who are qualified to testify at the hearing are the appellants, the local government, the applicant, and those who oppose the application at the local level. It's my understanding that there are a few people who have signed up to speak who don't qualify. So I just wanted to clarify that those are the regulations, but that any person may submit a comment to the commission in writing.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any ex partes to report? Okay, seeing none, we'll open the public hearing and begin with the appellant.
We have a number of appellants. I believe that they have requested 3 minutes apiece and were granted that by staff. So we have Colin Morrow, Hamid Zarabi, Guy Burnett, Teresa Scar, and Truthful Kindness. And you may speak in the order that you wish.
Can you hear me now? Good morning, Madam Commissioner. Good morning, Honorable Commissioners. My name is Colin Morrow. I'm speaking on behalf of Appellant Paul Clark. Welcome to Fort Bragg. As you may have noticed, we're a bit of a town in transition here, moving from a lumber and fishing economy to a tourist and vacationer economy. And also, most of you likely passed through by this site as you were coming into town. It's located at a very focused arterial entryway for anyone coming from the east or coming from the south. I mention these things because it's a sensitive time and it's a sensitive location, and your decision on this project will have far-reaching impacts on how Fort Bragg develops. This is probably the biggest housing development in Fort Bragg in 100 years. It's not an isolated single development, but it's something that's going to have very long-term impacts on this community. At least twice in the last 25 years, this commission has recognized that the area where this site's located is a very sensitive site. A quarter century ago, when the Noyo River Bridge, passing over Noyo River, was approved, this commission required Caltrans to spend millions of dollars developing Pomo Bluffs Park, which is located on the same peninsula as this development. You can see the view from Pomo Bluffs Park in the bottom 3 of the pictures on the slide in front of you. Right now, there's visual notice of that park. You look from the street and you see that there's this peninsula here, these headlands here. When you put up a barrier of bedrooms, visitors are no longer going to be aware that that park is there. Additionally, access to that park will be obstructed by significant traffic in a large parking lot in excess of 100 spaces. Similarly, when this commission approved Fort Bragg's local coastal plan, it made very clear that this area was supposed to be a visitor-serving commercial parcel. It was meant for visitor-serving commercial facilities. Those facilities just aren't here. There's one 1,000-foot retail space and 4 unmarked overflow hotel rooms for a neighboring hotel. This isn't a development that's going to be inviting visitors into the community. It's going to be a barrier of private residences that hinder the ability of Californians to make coastal access or make use of coastal access. So for those reasons, in accord with the coastal access values of California, I would respectfully pray that you find that there is a significant issue here and take a good, careful look at this project. Thank you.
Thank you. The next appellant.
Good morning, and thank you for giving me the time to speak in regards to this project. We were told that this project will have an adequate on-site and street parking, which is incorrect. According to the California Department of Fair Employment and Housing 2+1 formula standards, a 1-bedroom apartment could be occupied by 3 people. A 3-bedroom apartment could be occupied by 5 people. This could bring in up to 339 people and over 300 vehicles. And this is going to be all in one area that is one of the most common and important visiting areas in Fort Bragg, which would be the Noyo Headlands, the beach, Hare Creek Beach. This project is located between 2 dead-end roads, which will become parking lots because there's not enough parking. The no-name road, as everybody calls it, already being utilized by local businesses because they don't have enough parking spaces. So this would leave Harbor Avenue, which on the slide, as you can see, and the original slide that was showed by you, it shows that Harbor Avenue is going to be the main entrance to the parking lot also. This road is a poorly maintained 20 feet wide gravel road. And according to the city, this road will stay exactly the same. So it's a dead end, 20 feet wide, gravel, and poorly maintained. There's no, and this road is already being used by visitors to the park. And there's parking spots at the end of it, which are no longer going to be available to the visitors because of lack of parking. And there are also no turnarounds on neither one of these roads. So everybody that parks on these roads are going to have to try to make a U-turn on this 20 feet wide gravel road, which is going to be hazardous. And these roads are going to be especially hazardous for the local residents in that area, visitors walking to the park, and mainly emergency response vehicle, God forbid, if something happens. There's no way they can go down that road and be able to do their job. One other thing that I'm going to add to this, beside the road, the city, you heard from the city Public Works that Fort Bragg is still having water issues. Well, according to the Fort Bragg city report, they're saying, no, we have plenty of water. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, could we have the next slide, please? Could I have my time start once it gets up there? And the next one. Yes, thank you very much. My name is Guy Burnett. I'm a resident on Harbor Avenue. The Fort Bragg Local Coastal Plan Policy, OS-2.2.2, requires all new developments on Todd's Point to perform a project-specific study regarding groundwater recharge. If the project-specific study finds a net decrease in groundwater recharge, a supplemental study is required to determine the impact on the Todd Point wells. The current project has done no such study as required. The current study that they are using is from 1995. That is, 30 years ago? It was deemed inadequate 22 years ago. There is nothing that gives any reliable, credible, bankable guidance to the hydrology characteristics of Fort Bragg that affects our wells, that affects the entire structure of the hydrology. Hydrology issues on Todd's Point at this point need to take or have a guideline that is reasonable, rational, and has legal teeth to it when they make the decisions. There is none. This is all basically hearsay from a 35-year-old report. We've maintained from the outset of this project that the water supply is threatened on Todd's Point. Contaminated surface water migrating through the fractured Franciscan bedrock would taint the confined aquifer below. The soil, sand and gravel, and bedrock have poor filtration characteristics. Is this working? Okay, probably as good as I am. Let me see, where are we? Okay, out of 24 boreholes in 1994-95, 23 came up dry. Only one had water in it. The water bleeds through this layer. Anything that's in that confined above the Franciscan ends up in our well water. The impact of a well failure on local residents would be catastrophic. Local Airbnbs would be required to post boil water notices and mandatory well testing. Who would expose their family, children, and friends to experience this special seaside attraction? It was mentioned a little, So the project is not compliant with the Fort Bragg LCP. Please find the appeals raise substantial issues.
Thank you. There is a little bit of an echo. I'm not sure if we can adjust. Just wait 1 second. Thank you.
There's some ringing and echo. We've been trying to work on it. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Teresa Scar. I'm also an appellant. Your staff's report for this project acknowledges that the City of Fort Bragg approved more bonus incentives than required by state housing law. In fact, the City of Fort Bragg approved a project that is more than twice the size of that allowed by their zoning regulations. If they had required compliance with zoning regulations, the project would have been less than half the size, and they still would be in compliance with state housing law. Your staff claims that you don't have jurisdiction to reject the city's decision to grant extra bonus incentives to developers. However, the city's decision to allow this huge project breaks many local coastal policies and doesn't comply with the Coastal Act, both of which are within your jurisdiction. The city inappropriately exempted this project from environmental review through invalid CEQA exemptions. However, the LCP includes many requirements for evaluation of resource impacts. There are resource impacts. The city determined that 6 studies were required for this project, but only one of those, the biological survey, was a report specifically prepared for this development. The other reports, like the hydrology evaluation covered by Mr. Burnett, were done for other projects some very long ago, even when local regulations require project-specific studies, and even when the studies had already been determined by the city to be inadequate. One of the most important parts of our appeals was that the city planner made inaccurate statements to the city council about the circumstances under which they could deny or require changes to this housing project. The planner grossly mischaracterized those circumstances, raising serious questions about the validity of the city council's decision. Our appeals raise substantial issues. Please reject the recommendation of your staff to dismiss our concerns. Please find that our appeals raise substantial issues and schedule a de novo hearing to fully vet them. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker, last appellant is Truthful Kindness, and they've requested and been granted 6 minutes to speak due to ADA compliance.
I couldn't understand you, but that doesn't matter. Yes, I think. My full legal name is Truthful Loving Kindness, and I'm a resident on Todd's Point. As a resident of Fort Bragg itself, I feel really strongly that each building on the west side of Highway 1 should be something to bring visitors to Fort Bragg. As shown by our first power, anyway, up on the top there. Currently, even the lack of buildings in this space serves visitors. The top photo shows a bit of coastline and ocean to beckon visitors to partake of Pomo Bluffs Park. Eventually, the ocean painting on the Welcome to Fort Bragg sign on Highway 1 from the Highway 20 intersection may be simply a memorial for ocean views from Fort Bragg, partially depending on what happens with that big one. Georgia Pacific? Something like that, anyway. Yes, drivers need to be watching the road, but can you hear the squeals from the children with their first view of the ocean? Or was that simply their excitement at seeing a two-dimensional painting on the billboard, Welcome to Fort Bragg? Even living here 25 years, I myself watch for each glimpse of ocean view when he drives me somewhere. If that current view, beckoning folks to Pomo Bluffs Park, is to be sacrificed, then it needs to be sacrificed to functions that fully serve visitors, making them fully aware of reasons to return to our beautiful coastline. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more appellants signed up to speak.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we'll move to the applicant. If there's a representative.
Yes, we have one person representing the applicant, I believe Josh Grewal, and they are on Zoom. Or Kosh Grewal.
Mr. Grewal, you'll have 3 minutes.
You guys hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Good morning, or sorry, good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Kosh Grewal. I'm the owner and applicant of this project, and I'm here to express strong support for our proposed housing development in the city of Fort Bragg, a project that we believe will bring significant and much needed benefits to the local community and help address the broader housing crisis facing California. As you know, California is in the midst of an unprecedented housing shortage. Across the state, working families, young professionals, and even essential workers are being priced out of their communities that they serve. This crisis is not abstract. It is felt every day in places like Fort Bragg, where the availability of quality, affordable housing is extremely limited. Governor Newsom and the governor's office have made it clear California must build more housing, especially in communities that are experiencing both population pressure and economic need. Our project aligns with these statewide goals and priorities. It represents smart, sustainable growth with an existing urban footprint, and it is tailored to meet the real housing needs of the city. What makes this project especially important is its affordable housing component. We're not just building market-rate units, we're reserving a meaningful portion of the development for affordable housing that will be accessible to working-class individuals and families in Fort Bragg. These are the people who power the local economy: teachers, healthcare workers, grocery clerks, service providers, and they deserve to live in the community where they work. Housing is a fundamental right, and housing for all Californians, regardless of income, must be a shared priority. Our project reflects this commitment. By expanding access to housing in Fort Bragg, we are helping ensure that the city remains inclusive, economically diverse, and livable for generations to come. We also recognize and deeply respect the Coastal Commission's mission to protect California's coast and ensure equitable public access. We have worked carefully to design this project with environmental responsibility and community benefit at the forefront. We believe this project will serve as a model of how responsible development can work with the Coastal Act, not against it. In closing, we believe this project is a win-win for the city of Fort Bragg, for the region, and for California. It supports housing equity, aligns with state policy, and provides real opportunities for people who simply want a chance to live and thrive in the communities that they love. Thank you for your time and your continued dedication to the California coast and to the people who call it home. And I'm also available for questions at the end if any of the commissioners would like that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Grewal. Are there any representatives from the local government who wish to speak?
Yes, we have the mayor of Fort Bragg.
Thank you, Chair Harmon, commissioners, commission staff. My name is Isaac Whippy. I'm the city manager for the city of Fort Bragg. Welcome to the city. It's nice to see you all, and thank you for having your September meeting here on the North Coast. And we certainly appreciate all the work you do on protecting the California coast. I have a statement to read on behalf of Mayor Godecki and our Vice Mayor Raffanin in support of this project. Fort Bragg hasn't seen a major market rate housing proposal in a very long time. This project would serve families, couples, and single people. It is housing with modestly scaled rental units which will support our workforce. Currently, our workers struggle to find housing. We're talking about nurses, teachers, first responders, contractors, professionals, and service workers, among many others. Employers aren't able to attract needed talent to our area due to the high cost of housing and a lack of available units for rent or for sale. Workers are forced to leave their jobs in this community because of a scarcity of housing that is affordable for people who do not qualify for subsidies. This story isn't just anecdotal. The city recently did a comprehensive study of our residents in 2024. We asked them to assess the community's most difficult challenges, and 85% of those respondents considered the cost of housing as extremely serious or a serious problem. By far the highest challenge we face here in Fort Bragg. Our SEIU, or Service Employer International Union of Mendocino County, surveyed its members on housing. 23% of their members reported paying between 40 and 50% of their income on housing, and 32% were paying 50% or more. We also have data from the employer side. 3 years ago, the North Coast Housing Action Team surveyed employers on the question of housing. This survey received 72 responses from locally owned business, nonprofit, government, public entities, and healthcare, with 66% of respondents weren't able to hire or keep employees because of housing. Through a collaborative process, city staff, our planning consultant, have worked closely with your commission staff to improve and refine the project, ensuring it balances responsible coastal stewardship with the urgent housing needs of our community. We certainly appreciate this collaborative approach and the Coastal Commission staff's recommendation. Our City Planning Commission and City Council each approved this project twice. And just to close, this is certainly a rare opportunity to bring a much needed housing to a small coastal city like Fort Bragg that has waited far too long. We respectfully urge you to support this project and allow Fort Bragg to move forward. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. And then I'll note that we do have one person from the consulting team on Zoom and available for questions. Yep.
Okay, now any qualified speakers?
On our list, we have 3 people signed up to speak: John Hughes, Michelle Blackwell, and Curtis Hebel, but we don't see their names on the list of qualified speakers. And there are no other speakers signed up.
Okay, and they're not in the room with us today, are they? Did you hear your name?
Curtis Hebel indicated that they were in the room, but I'm not sure.
Okay, well, not seeing any of those 3, we will close the public hearing, and I will bring it back to staff for your response.
Yeah, I just want to mention that all issues that were raised, we believe these have been addressed in the staff report, and this project really raises no significant coastal resource issues. And we think that the approved project as conditioned under the CDP amendment strikes an appropriate balance between providing new housing in the coastal zone, including affordable housing for persons of low and moderate income, and protecting priority visitor serving uses, including lower cost overnight accommodations and coastal access amenities. And we believe this project is consistent with the LCP, which is the standard of review. And I just want to make one correction as well. One of the appellants mentioned that there was a that this project authorizes a slightly larger number of units than what would be allowed under the density bonus calculations. But there is a miscalculation that's in the staff report on page 29. So I just want to correct this on the record. The staff report states that the 83 units is slightly larger than what would be allowed, but that's incorrect. The revised number of housing units as approved under the permit amendment is consistent with the project's maximum density bonus allocation as allowed under state density bonus law and the city's LCP. And the calculation error had to do with not counting the accessory dwelling units as part of the base count. So I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I will bring it back to the commission for comments, questions, or a motion. Commissioner Wilson.
I always jump first today, it seems like. Usually I'm last, but here we go. Just a couple of things. There was some comments around the view shed but that particular property is already zoned for potential multi-storied commercial development, right? So it's not necessarily, it doesn't have necessarily an inherent protection of that resource in its current construct. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. I think the height limit is 28 feet, and then there's also buildings or lots west of this site in the county that I think the height limit there may also be 28 feet. And there's just limited blue water views currently, a few in between the existing vegetation on the property and some of the other buildings behind this property to the west.
And there was mention of the potential for a bus stop if warranted. Now, in my world, kind of chicken and egg there, right? Generally speaking, bus stops are warranted. Like, you don't know until you have it, and then people are using it. And so I'm just wondering, has there been more discussion with the local transit agency about that, and what is the trigger?
So Special Condition 20 requires the applicant to work with the Mendocino Transit Authority and the school district to determine if the addition of a transit and/or school bus stop at the property is warranted/feasible. If a transit/school bus stop is feasible and desirable, the applicant shall install a bus stop in the sidewalk at the location per the request of the MTA school district prior to final of the building permit.
Sometimes it doesn't happen to be at the very location of the property under the control of the applicant, and so I'm just wondering if there's a willingness to consider some area around this as the potential for their application of this, of being supportive in the building of a new bus stop, whether it's building it or actually funding that new bus stop as part of this development. Do you see what I'm getting at? Because sometimes just limiting it to that one location, it doesn't really work, but you still need it. And so I'm hoping there's some flexibility in that.
I might recommend directing that question to the city. I think there's willingness from our standpoint, but really it would be the city, I think, that would be working through any changes or thinking through bus lines. So maybe we could.
And probably the applicant as well. Okay.
Sure, so I can address that directly. So there is already a bus stop essentially across Highway 1 from here at Harvest Market. So it's less than a maybe 3-minute walk from this location. That's why we didn't directly require a bus stop. I think the applicant has been very open to responding to concerns, so I'll let him speak to that if he wants to as well.
Mr. Grewal.
In other words, we can put it someplace else if we need to.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Mr. Grewal, see your hand up.
Yeah, just to elaborate on that, yeah, our goal from the beginning was to definitely speak to the local transit authority and the school district as well. As we've said before, this apartment complex is for all people of all walks of life, whether they're single, married, with kids, without kids. So we feel like it would be important to have the local transit authority along with the school agency, so that if there are children in the area that are going to take the bus, that it would be located as close as possible to the parcel itself.
Great, thanks. On another note, we just moments ago approved an extension for Caltrans's work to do pedestrian improvements along the frontage, well, like along the highway here. I can't remember where that begins and ends necessarily, but does that get close to this project, or where does that begin and end?
I think that's north of the Noyo River, so it doesn't come this far south in the city, as I recall.
So continuing my overall concern about pedestrian and bike access and safety in the city of Fort Bragg. Again, it's like so weird that you have this 2-lane highway that goes all the way up and down the coast, but then suddenly becomes 4 lanes where all the people are. And then it becomes, as you know, there's no really good, safe crossing between the location of this project, right, which has a lit intersection just to the south of it, I guess. And then you go it's probably a half mile, almost a mile before you get to the next sort of safe crossing across the highway. And also there's not much it's just a very complicated and not very safe access. And I'm just hoping that, unfortunately, our Caltrans representative is not here today. There, Jeremy, sorry, there you are. How did I miss you? Sorry, Jeremy. Got confused. So Jeremy, can you update us on that project? And is Caltrans still looking at doing these updates in terms of like making pedestrian crossings more safe here in the city of Fort Bragg?
Yeah, I don't have specifics on the project here in Fort Bragg, but we definitely are looking at that throughout the state, increasing access and ADA compliance. So that is definitely a goal of ours throughout the state. And yeah, I don't have any specifics of the one here in Fort Bragg.
Okay, so I'm just saying, so where we have in this town multifamily housing on the south side is where it's the most difficult and most dangerous to cross the road to both access coastal resources, but likewise now that we're seeing multifamily housing on the coastal side, accessing those facilities like stores and other things that people need to get to and getting into town. I'm just hoping that we're thinking about those things as we move forward, and especially if we're talking about these sort of developments. And then, so right now in that zoning, it requires a conditional use permit to have housing on the second floor. Is that the way I understand that?
Yes.
Okay. I would be amenable to future LCP updates where second floor housing is principally permitted as opposed to conditional, just for the future of thinking about development and how we support housing development. And we're doing it in our community and many other places. That's just, why would that be conditional? Like in a place like this, why would we be slowing housing down if it's on the second floor of already a commercial space? I think that's something we should be thinking about.
It's also, I think it can be on the ground floor in the rear of buildings, yeah, as well.
I hear that, but again, that layer of that conditional use versus principally permitted is something we need to be thinking about if we're trying to encourage housing in these commercial areas and mixed use. I think it's important. There is some concern around the water quality and the wells that exist in that space. There's a reason probably those lots are are they an acre each? Is that what they are? Something like that? Yeah, on a coastal prairie. I mean, that is that's tenuous as far as development goes, for sure. Probably was not a great idea without actually having services having been delivered in that space, and that would require annexation and all those other things. Not going down that rabbit hole too far, but you still have commercial activities that could be much more impactful in that zone from a water quality perspective currently. And this is not, and so this is really a conversion to residential, which tends to have a less of a water quality impact, especially when it's on services, than maybe like a garage of some kind or repair space or those sorts of facilities. So I'm just kind of wondering, is that part of the analysis that?
There's a lot of conditions on the permit related to hydrology considerations and especially capturing stormwater on site and allowing it to slowly infiltrate on site, and for any that leaves the site, having it go through bioswales, and there's also requirements for drainage improvements in the city streets. So I think the city was attempting to just have as much stormwater management as possible to reduce the potential for any water quality impacts to properties to the west. And this development will be connected to the city's municipal services. And there's analysis that the city did showing that there's more than enough water to supply this development.
Okay, and just for lastly, and I appreciate you letting me kind of go down this path. We at the commission don't have a direct nexus in terms of what we consider housing as a coastal resource. And it has been a quandary, and we get criticized from multiple directions because of that. And so we take interpretations often around that. And I would say, and I've been clearly stating for a long time that workforce housing is part of the infrastructure that supports coastal resources, that supports coastal communities. You know, if we're going to have a community that receives visitors and all its values, there is a workforce required to work in the restaurants, maintain first responder services, rebuild the streets, do all of the things that are required to do that. Part of that infrastructure is the housing that maintains our workforce to be able to service that. And from my perspective, I think that's relevant. Also, we see as, you know, pressure on housing on the coast goes up, we see, you know, sometimes, and there was a mention of Airbnbs, right? And someone was concerned about the threat to Airbnbs. Well, quite frankly, that's part of that infrastructure that gets lost when we convert housing into into hotels. Essentially, we lose that housing. We're losing that infrastructure, and we need to rebuild it wherever we can. It seems to me, and I think that this is supportive of that. So I'm supportive of this project, but going forward, I really want to make sure that we're really still putting pressure on Caltrans and sort of the access issues that we see along, because we may see, someone said that we may see more development like this. And if that's the case, then we need to be cognizant of that and moving forward. So I want to make sure. The other part about this, I guess I was getting at, is like, as we see working people pushed away from the coast, we remove a certain character of that coast, which is people who live in that space, who go fishing, who do walk around town, who are the fun people that make a place authentic, is what I'm getting at, right? I'm being, I could use more colorful terms, but really, it's just meaning that there's authenticity in that space, and we need that to remain. And I think that this type of housing helps us maintain that and keep that and move it forward. So, and then I want to get to, I support the staff's analysis, is what I want to really get to. And so I think there isn't anything in the staff's analysis that I don't agree with. And so, thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I too want to make sure that the cool people stay on the coast, as Commissioner Wilson was talking about there. I'll use that analogy, and I think that's a big part of the big part of the reason I'm here, is to make sure that our folks have an opportunity to live where they work. And so, for that reason, at the appropriate time today, Madam Chair, I'd be honored to make the motion to support staff's recommendation. When you feel that time's appropriate, please let me know.
Will do. Thank you. Commissioner Kelly.
I want to align myself with the comments of Commissioner Wilson and just mention a couple quick items. One is that coming from Healdsburg, a community that is deeply focused on visitor serving uses, although not in the coastal zone, I think creating access to affordable housing and the city's acknowledgement that when you have an investment in visitor serving uses, that does create a strong need for affordable housing. And without that adequate housing to support those visitor serving uses, and I'm talking about for people that work in our hotels, who work in our restaurants, who are helping to build the infrastructure, construction jobs within the community, healthcare workers, et cetera, the environmental issues that are associated with not building that housing and the environmental justice issues associated with not building that housing, it means that we are asking people to commute very long hours. If we're not building transit to support that, then they're commuting by car and the greenhouse gas emissions associated with that. We're putting people on roads, doing commutes for many hours. I don't know for the folks who drove here today, but imagine driving that drive back to, say, Ukiah or wherever you're living. If you're unable to live in housing along the coast, and in doing it after your shift or at a time that puts you at a disadvantage to participating in the community in which you live. You can't go to soccer practice after school. You can't participate in those parent-teacher conferences because you're commuting hours to get to that job because your housing isn't located in the city with which you're working. So I do think that this is part and parcel to supporting visitor serving uses, to have housing, both that's dense, that allows for multi-generational housing for families and individuals, as well as seniors who want to stay in this community but maybe downsize out of the units that they're currently living in and have a more accessible place to age in place. So in addition, I just want to talk about the pedestrian and transit improvements that Commissioner Wilson mentioned. So because this property does have that special condition 44 as well as 42. So we are looking at increasing public access and along that path and providing public access to the Pomo Bluffs Park, which is a visitor supporting access component. I think if we aren't looking at if we're just looking at the site in isolation and saying we're going to increase public access here and getting people to that Pomo Bluffs Park, but we're not talking about what happens when they reach the edge of the parcel, it is really poor land use design in terms of thinking about we're going to have people somehow show up on this parcel and then access this park. And so what I'd like to think us to consider is that, yes, in this moment, we are talking about this particular parcel, but thinking about how people will get to this point, visitors specifically in this context, we're building a bench for them, but are we building a pathway to get them from point A to this parcel? And if not, we're kind of putting them in harm's way, saying when you arrive here, there'll be a path for you to get to the park, but before you get here, you have to be in your car. Or you might have to play Frogger, which is a video game where a frog, gets hit by a bus, to get to this site, which of course we don't want to see happen as people are traversing this 4-lane highway with no crosswalk, no pedestrian improvements, and no transit directly associated. So I just want us to consider that as we're creating density on this site and creating public access, there have to be these additional kind of zoom out from this bird's eye view to think about how will people access this site on foot and by transit, and what are the best ways to get them out of their car and experiencing the public realm here in Fort Bragg, because that is, the goal for, I think, all of us is to experience those public access trails in these parks and not having to drive your car to get there, ideally, or if you don't have the privilege of owning a car, to do that is accessible for everyone. So thank you.
Commissioner Noddoff.
Thank you. I want to, thank the appellants for bringing this to us and the city for their conditions that they applied to the project. Housing in the coastal zone is of utmost importance to all of us, and for workforce housing, I did want to reference the state density bonus law, which actually affects the calculation of density at the state level, that allows local jurisdictions to apply that, which I just want to highlight that in the staff report, that's not something that we're running the numbers on. I will note that I'm glad to see that there's about 10% of the units for very low income. I always like to see that number higher, but I think that with rental units, 1 and 2 bedrooms, many of those will be affordable by design, and I hope that those will be affordable to the folks who live here and work here. So while these housing and development on the west side of Highway 1 is always, it's difficult to see those changes, I think that this one has been designed and conditioned so that its benefits are due redound to the community.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, all of our speakers today. Just one question about the affordability component to this proposed project. Is that deed restricted in perpetuity?
I believe so. The city could probably answer that better. They are required under a condition to enter into an inclusionary housing agreement, and I think that the intent is it'll be consistent with state law for the time period, which I don't know if that's 55 years or longer than that. Marie can answer.
Yeah, I can answer that real quick. So yeah, they will have to enter into an agreement with the city prior to final of the building permit, because it involves lawyers, that the units would be permanently affordable for 55 years as required by state density bonus law. And I also just wanted to answer Commissioner Williams' concern. We did reach out to Caltrans. They are recommending that the city apply for a grant to design sidewalk improvements along the southwest side of Highway 1 between Ocean View Drive and the Noyo River. Those sidewalks are currently deficient. It becomes a challenge to require an applicant to make sidewalk improvements that are not a consequence of their project. This project does include sidewalk improvements along both frontages of the property itself, as well as pretty significant roadway improvements and parking area improvements.
Appreciate that clarification, and understand that the applicant may not be required to, but it's always a nice gesture by those that are willing and able. Just a couple of last quick things. My colleague earlier mentioned local control, and in these days of mandates, unfunded mandates coming from Sacramento, I think this is an example of the local government retaining the authority to shape its housing solutions that reflect their unique needs and infrastructure. And I think this is an example of that coming together to address an issue that is paramount to not only this city, but the state. So I appreciate that. And Commissioner Wilson talked about the non-vehicle infrastructure that, I think, just to reiterate, has to be a part of any development, because you don't want you want the cool people to be able to get to the cool stuff outside of vehicles. So to the extent that micro-mobility options are sort of always factored into future developments, I think that's an important consideration. Particularly in light of my colleague, Commissioner Kelly, mentioning Frogger, and like most things in life, it relates to a Seinfeld episode, and there's the scene for those Seinfeld aficionados of George trying to salvage his Frogger legacy while crossing a road in New York, and I just had visions of people who live in this great planned new community trying to cross the highway, trying to get to the cool stuff. So again, that infrastructure, micro-mobility is important, be it e-bikes, be it pedestrian, but or whatever. So I'm glad that is being discussed, and I think more folks, more communities, as well as obviously Caltrans plays an important part in that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. So really important discussion, and with that, I don't see any other commissioners, so I'll turn it back to Commissioner Lopez for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, I would move that the Commission determine and resolve that appeal number A1 FTB 250024 does not present a substantial issue with respect to the grounds on which the appeal has been filed under Section 3603 of the Coastal Act regarding consistency with the certified local coastal plan and/or the public access and recreation policies of the Coastal Act.
Second.
Okay, that was a motion by Commissioner Lopez, a second by Commissioner Wilson. And may we please have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Jackson.
Aye.
Jackson, yes. Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Kelly, yes. Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Lopez, yes. Commissioner Nadoff.
Aye.
Nadoff, yes. Commissioner Preciado.
Yes.
Preciado, yes. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders. Commissioner Wilson.
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner O'Malley.
Yes.
O'Malley, yes. Commissioner Escalante.
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Chair Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you. And with that, no substantial issue has been found.
There's a second motion, though, on the second.
There's a motion B, if you're ready, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you.
All right, so then I would also move that the commission determine and resolve that appeal number A1 FTB 2500, I'm sorry. Yeah, that was the right. 0013 does not present a substantial issue because the appeal is moot upon finding that appeal number A1 FTB 25-0024 raises no substantial issue with respect to the grounds on which that appeal has been filed under section 3603 of the Coastal Act regarding consistency with the certified local coastal plan and or the public access and recreation policies of the Coastal Act.
Second.
That's a motion by Commissioner Lopez, a second by Commissioner Wilson. And may we have another roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Kelly, yes. Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Lopez, yes. Commissioner Nodoff.
Aye.
Nodoff, yes. Commissioner Preciado.
Yes.
Preciado, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner O'Malley.
Yes.
O'Malley, yes. Commissioner Escalante.
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Jackson.
Aye.
Jackson, yes. Chair Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. The vote is unanimous.
And now no substantial issue has been found. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute bio break to maintain quorum. Thank you. Be back at 12:25. Thank you. Okay, thanks everybody. We will return to our calendar, and that brings us to item 12C, I think. Looking to staff to see if I'm right about that.
Yes, item 12C. That's a new appeal in the city of Trinidad. I'm going to hand it over to Rebecca Jacobson, a coastal program analyst in our North Coast District, to provide the staff recommendation.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Item 12C is an appeal of a City of Trinidad Coastal Development Permit Amendment for repairs to the Axel Lindgren Memorial Trail, including vegetation trimming and replacement of the cable steps at the base of the trail. We have received 3 comment letters and 1 email on this item, which can all be viewed in the correspondence tab on the website for this item. None of the comments received raise any new issues not already addressed in the staff report. The Churai Ancestral Society appealed the city's approved trail improvements on the grounds that the city did not undertake consultation or obtain approval of the project by the Churai Ancestral Society as required by Land Use Plan Policy 69 of the Certified Trinidad Local Coastal Program, the LCP. Specifically, Policy 69 requires approval by the Churai Ancestral Society for any ground disturbance within the Churai study area. Due to ground disturbance associated with the city-approved project and the requirements of Policy 69 as it relates to cultural resource protection, as further described in the staff report, staff is recommending that the appeal raises substantial LCP issues and that the Commission take jurisdiction over the CDP application for the proposed project. So at this point, the question is whether 3 or more commissioners would like to debate the substantial issue question through a full hearing. If not, then substantial issue will be found and the de novo portion of the hearing will proceed at a future date. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any ex partes on this? Okay, I'm seeing none. I don't see, I'm assuming none from our commissioners online also. Okay, thank you. Couldn't see you for a second. Are there any, I just asked, do 3 or more commissioners wish to have a hearing on substantial issue? Okay, seeing none, then substantial issue has been found, and we will have the de novo hearing at a later date. Thank you very much. And now we just have some minutes to approve, I believe. Any comments, motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner O'Malley, seconded by Commissioner Wilson. May we have a roll call vote, please, Ms. Miller?
Commissioner Jackson.
Aye.
Jackson, yes. Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Kelly, yes. Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Lopez, yes. Commissioner Nodoff.
Aye.
Nodoff, yes. Commissioner Preciado.
Aye.
Preciado, yes. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders.
Yes.
Turnbull Sanders, yes. Commissioner Wilson?
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner O'Malley?
Yes.
O'Malley, yes. Commissioner Escalante?
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Chair Harmon? Harmon, yes. The vote is unanimous.
Great, thank you, and the minutes have been approved. So now I'll ask if there are any reports, commission reports, conservancy reports, or a report from our Deputy AG.
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. I just wanted to highlight one decision that recently came down that was a successful win, is the Benedetti versus County Marin case. And the California Court of Appeal issued a published decision where they upheld Marin County's LCP amendment that requires CDPs for residential buildings on agricultural properties, but requires that there's a restrictive covenant recorded that the owners are engaged in agriculture. So, or lease it to, someone engaged in agriculture. So it was a big win because it upheld the trial court's ruling and that LCP amendment. So, yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you. And now I'll turn it over to Ms. Warren, who I think is going to
Thank you. Just before we adjourn the meeting, I wanted to let the public know that on the field trip, there will not be any public comment taken during the field trip. And commissioners will not be discussing what they see on the field trip together on the trip. But if members of the public wish to make comment about what's seen, if they participate in the field trip and want to make comments about it, they can do so during general public comment tomorrow morning or Friday morning. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And so we will close the hearing for today, and I believe we'll all be meeting here at 1:45 to begin the field trip. Director Huckelbridge.
We're going to leave from here at 1:30 to walk down. Yeah, just the commissioners.
1:30. Great, thank you. We are adjourned for the day.
We're going to do a field tour, informational gathering field tour here on the mill site hosted by the city and Mendocino Railway. So I am just going to, the itinerary explains the stop-to-stop, the different stops that we'll be making. Some of that's walking. We're going to try to stay together as a group for each stop, but and then there'll be some driving as well. But there's going to be a safety briefing given in just a moment, but first I'm going to introduce again Isaac, would be the city manager, to come up and start off talking about today's tour.
Thanks very much, Melissa. Welcome to the commissioners again, staff, the community. Thanks for being here. Just wanted to kick it off and say that the land here which we stand on has defined so much of the history of Fort Bragg from an economic standpoint, being the former mill owned by Georgia Pacific, and is at the heart of the conversation for the next chapter of this community in terms of housing, jobs, environmental restoration, expanded open space, and coastal access. So it's super important for the community, and I know many of you have been following this for the longest time, and others that have joined here recently, including myself. The City Council have embraced a plan, a more cooperative planning strategy in lieu of the litigation for various reasons, and we've embarked on the Master Developer Agreement approach with the LCP amendment coming up, and we've undertaken 3 public workshops with the community to gather feedback. Mendocino Rail has presented their illustrative plan, which has been refined based on community feedback, ad hoc, and that has evolved and it's continued to evolve, which is fantastic. So I've asked Ms. Marie Jones, who's our former community development director, been doing this a long time. We've been asked by the commission staff to compare the 2019 illustrative plan and just kind of for context, provide some of the changes. And just for those wondering, 2019 was the last time we undertook the LCP amendment, over 30 plus public workshops for the community. So this is an information gathering. I encourage you all to look at the challenges, understand the challenges of the site, very complicated, but also the immense opportunities that it holds. And I'd like to thank Mendocino Rail as well for facilitating the tour. And with that, I'll ask Marie Jones, please.
Thank you, Isaac. So I've been asked to start by just giving like a little history lesson, if you don't mind. So for those of you who don't know, the mill site did close down in 2002. And in 2003, Georgia Pacific initiated a planning process that engaged the city until 2009. And actually, Linda Roofing and I headed that up. It was quite a big effort. During that time, we had countless community meetings and charrettes and city council meetings and planning commission meetings. But at the end of the day, it a little bit all came for naught because, well, there was a lawsuit about remediation. And so Georgia Pacific walked away from the planning process at that time. And then it basically just, nothing really happened until 2017. And at that time, the city went ahead on its own and got a grant from the California Coastal Commission to start an LCP amendment process to rezone the mill site. That process went until 2019, and again, during that process, we had multiple community meetings, city council meetings, planning commission meetings. The plans changed over time, and I'm going to talk a little bit about what that looked like on the ground. But I just want to start off by saying that all of that work has informed some of what you're going to see today. There are differences, though, and so I'm going to both highlight what's similar and also what's different. And then I also wanted to mention that in 2024, we had another LCP amendment, which actually rezoned over 110 acres of the Fort Bragg mill site. I bet you didn't know that. And that is the entire coastal trail, the property that's owned by the Sherwood Valley Band of Pomos, and the property that's owned by the Noyo Center. So that was a new planning area, and that was completed this year, and the Coastal Commission certified that amendment. So essentially, a quarter of the site has already been rezoned, primarily for visitor serving uses and recreational uses. So I'm going to start with a little bit of overview of kind of what's happening with our process now. And I only have 5 minutes, so I'm going to talk super fast, and forgive me, and you can always ask me questions later. So we are engaged in a consultation process with other agencies, which is required by state law. So we're talking with the Sherwood Valley Band of Pomo, Caltrans, the Coastal Commission, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. So we've started consultation with all of those agencies, and there are other agencies that we will also likely have to consult with as well. All of those agencies will be weighing in on the entirety of the plan. And I do want to emphasize that the plan is a land use map, but it's also much more than that. It's all the policies and zoning regulations that go with the land use map that describes how development will occur and where it will occur and what it will look like. So with that preamble, I just want to talk through both the similarities of this plan and also the differences with the 2019 plan. And it's not to point out that one plan is better or worse than another. No, of course not. It's just to bring everybody up to speed so that you understand kind of where City Council and the Planning Commission were in 2019 and how that compares to today. I do want to emphasize that 2019 plan never even made it to the Coastal Commission, so we didn't really get feedback from them other than from staff about it. So bottom line is there's a lot of cooks in the kitchen with this, and the dinner is not done cooking. So that's like your take-home folksy message. So I'm going to start on the North Mill site, which we basically think of as kind of here north. And both Minnesota Railway and Georgia Pacific initiated their plan with development all the way to the coastal trail. And in both cases, they've recognized that they need to pull back because of coastal resources that are located on those areas. What's different about the plan is both emphasize multifamily development here rather than single-family residential, so that is similar. The old plan had more high density, so this plan is a little less density. Obviously, a new skunk train station, that's different. In 2019, we actually had a rail line that went all the way out here. The skunk train has pulled that back to go here instead. And that's really to respond, I think, a lot to concerns from City Council. I'm going to look at my list and make sure I've covered everything. So in the middle section, what's different? The Central Business District has been extended further out from the mill site. In the past, the City Council expressed concerns about creating another location of visitor serving that would hollow out our downtown. And so that's different. We really only had the Central Business District, just a little block extension. There's arguments to go either way, I think. Both had an open space area here. This is new, this trail track. In the 2019 plan, this was light industrial. Now it's obviously all train-related activities. The high-density residential here is the same. Moving south, highway commercial, that is the same. This area is all the same because these are all coastal resources, so development cannot occur here or in here or in here. So the open space framework is largely the same because development isn't basically allowed in those areas. In the 2019 plan, we had heavy industrial here. That's been replaced with light industrial, and it's been extended further up to the north. The big difference is in, what's what I'm saying? I'm a lot. Must be nervousness. So in 2019, the city council had this concept of an urban reserve. And the idea of the urban reserve was to save most of the southern portion for future city council to do a different LCP amendment and zoning around. Because if anybody's lived here a long time, you know that Fort Bragg changes very slowly, right? And so the idea is that even though everybody thinks it's a great place to live here, not many people actually move here because guess what? It's very far from anywhere. And so the idea was that this park would get designed in a future period. But when we submitted that to Coastal Commission staff, they said basically you can't do that at this point. You need to rezone the entire parcel. You can't like have a separate location. So the other big difference on the south side is the city council really envisioned this as a jobs area with little to no housing. And the new plan includes quite a bit more housing. Basically, housing would be a permissible use at 24 units per acre throughout these areas that are pink. And part of that was just, since we can't zone it urban reserve for future process, the idea was just to give it the most flexibility it could have. Beyond that, so initially more of this would have been undeveloped for a longer period of time. But that said, even though you zone it doesn't mean necessarily it will come. And realistically, this is probably at least a 30-year build-out projection. And I have to say to Linda that in 2006 when we were doing this, I said it was a 30-year build-out projection. And now we're how many years later? A lot of years later, and nothing's happened. So it's a little hard to project that stuff. So I'm just going to look at my notes and make sure that I wasn't going to be anything that I was supposed to cover. You could do. With that, I will pass it off to the next persona, which would be Mr. Boone.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Robert McLean, the President and CEO of Mendocino Railway. And before I go too much further, I want to ask one of our associates to do just a brief safety briefing on the route that we're going to take today and some of the things to be cognizant of. Mike.
Thank you, Robert. Good afternoon. My name is Mike Buck. I am the Environmental Project Manager for Mendocino Railway. And we don't want to get out there and check out the property. Real quick, this is a former industrial site, as everyone probably knows, but most of the features of that former industrial use have not been changed and just been kind of cleared off. So there are open pits, there are holes to trip in, mostly trip and fall hazards out there. So please stay together as we go out and look at the various features of the site. And other than that, just let us know if you have any issues, need any help, assistance along the way. But that's the safety briefing.
Thank you, Mike. Again, good afternoon and welcome. I'd like to welcome the members of the California Coastal Commission. Thank you for visiting Fort Bragg. I know it's been a couple of years, and thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to come out and do this tour. I also want to welcome and recognize two members of the governing board of the Sherwood Band of Homo Indians. So thank you very much for being here, and we appreciate the continued working relationship that we have. Many of you may not know, but the second call that we made when we purchased the property, Hillside North, was to the Sherwood Band, and so we greatly appreciated working with them. A little bit about Mendocino Railway. We're a Class 3 common carrier. We have railroads throughout the state of California. Our sister company, Sierra Northern, is also part of our larger organization, and Sierra Railroad Company is the overarching parent organization. We are spread out from Mendocino County in the far north to Ventura County in the far south, with operations in and around Sacramento and greater Central Valley. Collectively, we carry about 20,000 carloads of freight per year across all of our systems and about 150,000 passengers. The Skunk Train this year is in its 140th year of continuous operation, and our plan is to really develop this site consistent with what the community has been asking for through the various stages of illustrative drawings that you see here and how things have changed over time. So I'm going to yield some of my time and happy to answer any questions that you all may have specifically as we're walking about or driving about today. And I'll turn it over to Chris Hart.
Thank you, Robert. We're just going to do some just quick introductions so you know a little bit about us. So I'm Vice President of Business Development for Sierra Railroad Company, the parent company. For me, 26 years with the company, and before that, the previous career was fixing up downtown. So for me, this has been a dream job of trying to do this incredible project here. Also on our project team, let's go to Mike Buck, and let you do a quick introduction. And while he's making his way over, I also wanted to say my brother Mike Hart, who's president of the company, wanted to be here, but long-term vacation with his wife for her birthday, so he couldn't make it. But quick background on him, he's been doing railroading for 31 years. Besides his leadership on the railroad side, he is also the head of our Sierra Energy, which is we're very involved in the environmental issues. Last year we were awarded the Environmental Railroad of the Year. We have the lowest emission fleet in California and arguably the whole United States. And just last week, we had a major event in West Sacramento where we had the nation's first hydrogen-powered switcher locomotive. It's a huge, huge issue. And if you don't know about the event, please look it up. It's a great thing. Mike?
Thank you, Chris. You got that. And so, as I said, I'm the environmental project manager for Mendocino Railway. And my background is that I worked for US EPA at the federal level, California EPA on the state level, then went into private practice and have dealt with many sites that are like this. Nothing's exactly like this, but one's like this. And I did write the environmental chapter for the most popular redevelopment book in California, called California. And that's about it. Who's next? I'd like to introduce Jeremy Meyer.
Hi, I'm Jeremy Mayer. I work with Woodard & Curran, and I'm an environmental engineer. I've been working with the project since about 2009. I've collected samples out here, maybe a little too old for that stuff, so now I just have staff that help me with that. But I'll be talking later on in the tour. We'll get down into some of the areas where there's ongoing environmental work, and I'll be able to explain and answer questions about those activities. And I think I'll pass this on to Burton.
Thank you. I'm Burton Miller. I'm an architect, urban planner, and urban designer. Hornberger and Rorstel, based in San Francisco. I've been working with this team since 2019. I think this is my 5th community meeting in Fort Bragg. I'm starting to recognize some faces. It's good to be here. Just a very brief overview of my background. I mentioned I'm an architect and an urban planner, which is to say that I've executed a number of buildings spanning a broad range of building types, domestically and internationally. In California, my urban design and planning experience ranges from San Diego, Los Angeles, Santa Monica, San Jose, San Francisco, Sacramento, and Fort Bragg. And many small communities and municipalities throughout throughout the state. I've worked in about, I don't know, a dozen, 15 states. I've completed master plans, urban designs, and buildings in 15 countries internationally, primarily Asia Pacific and Eastern Europe. I'm quite happy to be back in California and in Northern California. Krista, we want to sort of launch into. Okay, so I'm going to build a bit on what Marie said initially. First, I'd like to acknowledge the sort of the project's heritage and history, and let everyone know that we thoroughly sort of researched, investigated, looked into all prior planning work and plan iterations, and spoke to many folks that were involved from the beginning. So all of that work and the work that Marie referenced to 2019 provided an invaluable foundation, for our work. And I think you'll find that there's a great deal of DNA from those prior efforts in the current illustrative plan. Should also say that this plan has evolved, is evolving, and will continue to evolve. So it's a snapshot in time. It's where we are. There are lots of issues to continue to explore and get into greater detail. So we have 3 exhibits. Well, let me say one other thing. In addition to that foundation, as I think Chris alluded to, we entered a collaborative team effort about a year ago with the city, the Coastal Commission, the community, the railroad, and we've had, as has been noted, several very informative, very well-attended community meetings and workshops, ad hoc committees, Zoom team calls. So we've gotten a great deal of insightful commentary and information from the community, which Linda Ruffing, who's here, dutifully noted, organized, and published. So, it's written record. I won't go into too much detail here because there's so much to talk about, but I will point out some changes we made in response to what we heard from the community, the city council, and by way of Isaac and the council from the Coastal Commission. These are some updates that we presented in our last public workshop. So the first, which Marie mentioned, was for quite a while. You'll recall from earlier plan iterations that there was an extension of the rail along the coastal trail, set back 200 feet to Glass Beach. And there had been, I guess there's some concern about its impact on the coastal trail and the open space. So the railroad sort of rethought that and came up with an alternative approach. Instead of extending the rail to Glass Beach, we would employ an electric trolley, just a single car, low impact, zero energy. And originally we had it aligned in a similar fashion. What we have done and have presented to all parties was to shift the trolley alignment to the far east of the site so it can better serve all those neighborhoods. It's, again, it's a single car, electric, low frequency, and completely remove it from the open space in the coastal trail. However, we are routing it so that it ends up at Glass Beach, which is a great point to both the board and to park. The other thing the city asked us to do was to provide a little more insight and detail into the proposed Glass Beach station and the proposed new Skunk station. So we developed a preliminary program of space needs, i.e. what might go into each building, how many square feet they might require, how it might operate. And we're able to develop sort of footprints that are reflective of those programs. So instead of having, as in this land use plan, a large area designated as rail-related and not characterizing it further. Now, if you look at that same parcel, this darker purple is the footprint of the station. So it's pretty de minimis in the context of the overall parcel. The other thing we did at the request of a council member was shifting back about 100 feet from the boundary of the current parking so that it creates a kind of gathering point before visitors head out on the coastal trail or visit the station and trolley. And the facilities envisioned there are pretty modest, kind of maybe cafe with an outdoor elevated terrace, small ticketing, a history room, Glass Beach history room, which could certainly be expanded to include coastal trail history room. So, as you know, right now there are a lot of placards and exhibits out there, so this might be an opportunity to gather them and make it a more sort of focused, informative experience. Similarly, for the proposed Skunk Station, again, in the land use plan, you see that as rail-related. That doesn't mean it's building, rail-related. So here's an illustrative illustration of that. That little rectangle, which is about 8,000 or 9,000 square foot in footprint, is the proposed station on a plaza with parking along Redwood Extension, with supporting CBD uses on the north side. And the thought for this is that it's a little bit like Main Street, Mendocino, where the buildings are on the north side and the south side has unobstructed views south over the wetlands and beyond. This is sort of all open space. It's important to note that within that parcel, even though it's designated land use, rail-related, there is also a substantial park or open space. The other thing we did, which is a little hard to read from where you all are, is we took a close and careful look at the topography. And it's surprising how much grade change there is. You wouldn't realize it, but east to west, there's about a 20-foot change in elevation. So exploring how to respect the nature of the land, how to work with it so that the rail is sort of integrated into the topography and into the landscape. So its presence is kind of tempered by the terrain when it comes around to the south, I don't mind it, the rail can actually be lowered so that your views extend over. Just point out these two. The purple bar, rail lights. So the rail itself is 5 feet, 8 feet, but the right of way, just to provide a buffer.
And that's something we can address a bit later. But in order to keep this moving with the Coastal Commission's very tight schedule, we would now invite everybody. We're going to leave the dry shed and we're going to follow and walk out of the building and go over to the north ramp area. It's going to take us a little bit of time to get there. And when we finish there, we'll circle back. And for those that drove their cars in, we'll go ahead and move up to the north end of the mill site, the S Act. And those who may have left their cars outside the fence are certainly welcome to grab their cars, come in and drive around as well. So we're going to exit right here, and we're going to move over to the north ramp. Thank you.
Hi guys. So this is a fairly quick stop, but we thought it was important to change from showing you what's on a map to showing you in person where things are. So on your maps, which a lot of you have, there's the distinctive dry shed, the very large building in the middle that we were just in. So that's right across the way. There is the proposed skunk train station. If you see the 4 cones, that's roughly where the station would be. That's a approximately 90 by 100 foot station, 3 stories. Basically the ticketing on the ground floor, offices 2nd floor, and 3rd story would be a restaurant. Redwood Avenue would be extended about halfway between the dry shed, and if you look over there, there's the orange cones. There's a small tower of cones I put out there. That is approximately where the hotel and event center would be. So as you get a little bit of an orientation of where it is, that is a place that we did some meetings several years ago with the mill site ad hoc committee on the setbacks. So there was some thought put into that. The train loop, the one in purple looping around there, that are trains that would go out into the countryside, they would come on the south side of this orange square, come in, and then curve and go on the outside of the station, or the outside of the hotel. Other notable landmarks, where we parked our cars today, that's where about a third of the way towards us, that would be the Redwood Avenue. What we have is a planned Railroad Square, which is we were still working on the details, but that would be a place where large events could take place. Not much development in that gap between our engine house and dry shed. Let's turn to the south. To the extreme right, we have Soldier Bay. We have the coastal trail right below us. There's Pond 8 that we'll be talking about a little later. And then one of the things that we've envisioned is a 60-acre discovery nature area that would wrap from where the trees are, curling around to the bay. A lot of details to be worked out on that, but that's something that we think we should tie it all together into one nature area with trails. If you look across the way, we are going to go down there in a bit. We'll talk more about that, but just again, I'm kind of orienting you. What you're seeing there, that's where the crews who are doing the undergrounding or the wireless or the internet wireless.
I love this one, but those are broadband reels, it's a conduit. We're in the process of building a municipal broadband utility that's going to serve all the residents and businesses at affordable, reliable rates. We're doing a joint build with the state to bring the middle mile up here.
Yeah, oh, that's great, Mike, because it is, so many people rely on good internet up here, and it will be fantastic. That's also just, that's where PG&E stages their whole coastal emergency center. So that is when we're talking talking earlier about the industrial area, you'll see that's some of the most heavily used land on the site, and that's where we were planning to do the light industrial. Other than that, I think, unless there's any other quick questions about orientation, I'd say let's move on to the next thing. Any questions where things go? Yes. Why are we not able to see pond 8 and 9? That was originally on our proposed tour, and I had it on our tour, sorry. I don't.
So actually, this is a really good place to see Pond 8, because when you get down there, we're going to have a harder time. So I'll spend just a minute orienting a little bit. So on to the east, to our left as we face south, you can see a set of kind of cattail-like vegetation. I'm not a biologist, I'm an engineer, so please don't judge. So you've got that area down there. That is the beginning of the Pond 8 Dam. The dam itself is about 1/4 mile long. It extends all the way over towards the ocean side and is an earthen berm for most of that. The mill itself was down in the lowland, and the spillway for the dam is all the way out to the west, just about where you see the end of the power lines that feed the wastewater treatment plant. And so down in that area is the spillway and a timber crib wall that was constructed to block part of the drainages that form the pond. So the pond is actually 3 drainages that in 1885 were blocked with the earthen berm and the crib wall. And so that gives you some orientation. We'll talk later about the environmental stuff, but this is a really good place for you to get that sense, because you get too close to it and you won't be able to see the whole thing. And when we get down in there, we're not as high of an elevation, right? So this is a really good place to get a sense of what the size of the pond is and what that area is. So that's Pond 8.
Jeremy, any other orientation questions about where things are? Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to walk back this way and curl back to get to cars. I'm hoping that people can all have vehicle transportation of one sort. If people need room, I got the room, we can pile in, hopefully we can share cars. Because the next step, once we get our cars, there is a cone path you can see up there curling around behind the dry shed all the way up to the Glass Beach area. And we'd like to all rendezvous up there where we'll be talking about the Glass Beach.
I'm sure I'd be happy to hear what you have to say, but
all right.
More interesting.
Good deal. I wasn't full-time, so I'm still full-time, but I'm going to fill it even faster than I was before. So I got a question, what does the planning process actually look like? Because, you know, the city's been in this planning process forever, and when do we actually get to the end of it? That was kind of the question. So it's a very structured process, and it has to follow the law, because the law is what mandates or regulates zoning change. It's not like somebody's whim, it's the law. And so that law includes both the Planning Commission and the City Council would have to approve what's called a local coastal program amendment, which changes 3 things for the city. It changes the general plan, the zoning code, and the land use map. Everybody focuses on the land use map, but honestly, in my opinion, it's the least important. So the general plan has all the policies that regulate how development would occur on the mill site. And the zoning regulations regulate what and what goes where, what densities, height limits, setbacks, all of that stuff. None of that has even been prepared yet. So we are still in very early stages insofar as what we have is a draft land use plan that still hasn't even gone to Planning Commission or City Council locally for consideration and input. So as part of this process also, the city has to complete an environmental document. Because of the scale of this project site, that environmental document will be what's called an Environmental Impact Report, or EIR. You might have heard that term before. Within the EIR, they will look at impacts to all different aspects of this project. So it will look at impacts to traffic safety, wetlands, rare plants, rare animals, archaeological resources, etc., etc. So all of that will need to get looked at as well. If the planning commission recommends approval and it goes to city council and city council recommends approval, and remember, because this is a legislative action, the city council has the purview to make changes as it goes through this process. So they can change wording, they can change the land use plan, et cetera, until they're happy with it. Then it's an application to the Coastal Commission. The Coastal Commission is the body that has the final authority to regulate land use in Fort Bragg because it's in the coastal zone. And once it goes to the Coastal Commission, they have a year to look at, think about, make whatever changes they want, and then their commission will consider it as well. Often what happens at that point is they have something called friendly modifications, where they tell the city, well, you got it 80% right, but we don't like these 20% of things, so you got to fix them, and this is how we want you to fix them. And then the city council has an opportunity to say, okay, I'm going to make those changes, or we don't agree with you, we're going to volley back. And so there's sometimes a little bit of volleying back and forth. So that's the process. So when people ask me, is it going to take, a year? The answer is no. It's going to take much longer than that.
Thanks, Marie. Coastal zone extends how far, Marie?
It depends on the area. There's not a set direction. The entire mill site is in the coastal zone. But, in the county, it can go 1 to 2 miles inland. In Fort Bragg, it's generally on the west side of Highway 1.
All right. So the road that we took up to get here is approximately where the trolley line would be. So it would be on the inland side with inside the housing residential area. Out here, Glass Beach, the proposed train station would be this footprint right here, roughly from Robert, 100 feet out that way. And this is about the right distance from the parking lot. But in this general area here, what we're proposing is a 2-story station, train operations on the first floor, restaurant on the second floor. And there's not a whole lot specifically to this site we wanted to talk about besides just imagining the residential all back here in the first about 1 block of residential going the whole length of this. All this area would remain as open space, and I think in just as terms of perspective, for some of you, and I know this is off camera, but if you look down south, you'll barely see the dry shed where we were in. That's the north end of the dry shed way down there. And in terms of, to get you a sense of magnitude, the dry shed land to up where we're standing is roughly 77 acres. So the entire mill site project is 300. So everything you've seen so far is only 77 out of 300 acres. So after this stop, we're going to drive, and we have some great walkers here and some, you may want to catch a ride because we're going to go to the extreme other end of the site, and that is a fair hike. So we can very briefly, if there's any key questions, I'll take that real quick, but otherwise we're going to then jump back in cars, bikes, and loop all the way down to Cypress. For those of you outside the area, it is where you see Safeway, take a right towards the ocean. Yes, please.
You said railway operations would be on the ground floor.
Yes.
What does that entail?
Okay, so railway operations, meaning this would be a train station, but it would be servicing the trolley. One thing to clarify, one thing as a compromise, there would be no full-on trains like we're accustomed to sending up into the hills. This would be an electric trolley only. What we do see is part of a trolley system, and I'll be talking about that a little bit more at the next stop, the trolley concept that we have. But the idea is that people could step onto a trolley, ride all the way out to here, get off at the station, and walk on down to Glass Beach.
What does the operation of the building entail?
Ticketing, gift shop, offices. Yes?
How far exactly is it from this parking lot to, say, the Cypress Street parking lot? How far is that distance?
I think it's about 2 miles.
2 miles?
2 miles?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where do you envision embarking the rail cars from in the new setup?
Oh, that's actually, I'm glad you mentioned that. So for the skunk train, full-on train set, when we were talking about the orange rectangular new station, there's a very important detail about that. With our current station, Number one, it's too small. We've outgrown it. We've been in the business for many, many decades, and it's too big. Or we're too big. Second thing is the railroad cars board north-south. So when we have our train in the station, we want to be connected with the new and the existing downtown. But our trains block all the way from Redwood to Laurel up to Pine. We essentially create a 2-block in the core area of the downtown. We separate it with our own trains. So one of the key features, I'm so glad you mentioned this, one of the key features of why we want to be at the new location is our trains will board on an east-west orientation, and there would then be no impediment connecting us with the downtown. One of the key things for me is it's very important that our success and the downtown succeeds together. And there's a lot of, I could talk a lot about economic development, I won't do it now, but a key is a bit more visitors and staying longer so they'll have enough time to do both. Rather than people coming in for a few hours, I'd like to have them have enough reason to be here for a few days. Your last question, yes, please.
So can local residents, say on West Street, jump on this electric train and go downtown?
Yes. Now, it would not be a free trolley, and we have not got to the point what the prices would be. And for me, I do envision charging a bigger price for visitors and a much, much lower price for locals, because I would love for this to be something very easy and convenient. For the residences here, I would love for them to step out of their front door, jump on a trolley, ride downtown, never have to use their car. Okay, there may be more questions, but we should keep things moving.
Just mention that we're going to stop 5.
Okay, so we're now going to stop 5. Now, a key thing is where we all parked, we have a gentleman here who's going to open the gate, so we can drive right out here and take a right, and we're going to go up to Highway 1, drive south on Highway 1 until you see Safeway, which is Cypress, and we'll take a right there. And there's a gate. At the gate, don't continue all the way to Glass Beach or to the beach area. You'll see a gate, and you want to go in there.
You don't go in the public gate?
Yeah, we'll make it obvious where to turn. We all get friendly and come on in, because it'll be much easier for everybody to hear then.
And Chris is already losing his voice.
I've always been soft-spoken, unfortunately. I can't hear worth a darn. So I think, Marie, did you want to start off with something? Is that what I heard?
Well, I was asked to provide some perspective on the south side here about what's different with the new plan versus the plan from 2019. Again, just to give people perspective. And you'll see this is a big, huge area. So the main difference was the city council basically said, whoa, all this area, we don't know, let's wait for 30 years and let a different city council decide what to do about it. So that's the main difference. Both plans looked for highway commercial basically between the trees and Cypress Street. So this parcel right here, which is about 7 acres. This parcel, the new plan is going all highway commercial. The old plan basically split that parcel in half and did half highway commercial and half urban reserve. Looking to the north, which we will go to in a minute, you'll see a big ramp there. That ramp used to go into the sawmill. And over there, it is truly a concrete wasteland. I mean, there is just concrete that's like 2 feet thick as far as your eyes can see. And so we thought that that made a lot of sense for an industrial use, but then also to have like a 200-foot setback from the coastal trail so that there's a little bit of separation there. And their plan is similar, all industrial use there without the separation. That's really the only difference. Both plans preserve this woodland area and ponds 1 through 4, and with a wildlife corridor to the coastal trail through the ponds 1 through 4. And babada, that's all.
Thank you. One of the challenges for us is that when we entered this legal stay, it wasn't like we had finished plans. So as Marie was talking about, there was less details on the South Mill site. However, as part of an understandable interest from, I think, the city, the community, and the Coastal Commission was, well, what are you guys planning to do? Well, we've been really working to try to have some specificity so that you guys would have things to react to. And so that's one of the reasons why we've been moving very quickly, trying to put together the plans and not just simply have a section where we'll figure it out later. In this area, a lot of details. I could talk for an hour. I'm not going to. I did just want to point out, first off, a landmark. If you look way over there, you see the yellow wall. Well, that's the dry shed. As you can see, you're starting to get a sense for just how big this property is. So that's where we started the day, the tour. And as you also see, there is an awful lot of asphalt. So it is something that as we're trying to figure out what to do with, it's a challenge. Now, looking to the south, at the very end of this property is land owned by the Pomo. And then over here is the coastal trail. Now, some of the things I talked about earlier was the trolley concept. Because of concerns, as we're trying to work through our issues and concerns, we have told the city that we will not bring our tracks south of the middle of the mill site unless they give us the approval. That way, we thought that was the ultimate way to make sure that they were happy with whatever plans we come up with. The vision, if they like it, would be to come down. We proposed coming down on basically where this road is, ending potentially here at this commercial area. There are a couple options. One, which I love, I just recently came up with, would be to continue down, because then I think you would be within a couple hundred feet of the Noyo Harbor. You'd be above, but there's a pedestrian undercrossing that's being discussed, and I think it could be a fantastic way to tie in with the harbor. Another option would be to go west to where the south entrance to the coastal trail is. There have been concerns about our trolley being too close to the coastal trail, so that's why I'm just suggesting that as an option. Other things in this area, I think that's the key stuff. Are there any questions about where we are? Or yes, please.
So as you're talking about the tracking and trolley and train,
yes,
and I'm trying to discern between the difference.
Yes.
You had mentioned earlier one of your team members had talked about some really progressive environmental award that you received,
yes,
around hydrogen fuel,
yes,
for rail or for locomotives. Is that something you're planning on implementing for this project?
At this point, no. The trolley concept only came about in October, but some people have said, well, why don't you do hydrogen power? And I'm like, I'm open to it. I think it'd be awesome. What that was is that we have cutting edge technology on locomotives with hydrogen power, but the trolley, because of size and magnitude, I think that's bigger than what we've said we would operate. We might do something with our full-on trains, but our trains, we're only proposing to do basically a loop. You would come in to that station, the orange squares we lit, then we do a loop and then head back out into the hills. But for the going north to Glass Beach or south to here would only be trolleys. But I'm open to alternative things with energy for that too.
Trolley mean electric? What is
Yeah,
trolley?
most likely.
Electric.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much technology out there, but the idea is quiet and something like electric or some other smart thing.
So what entity gave you this award that you mentioned?
Oh, the award, that was the railroad, the American Shortline Association. Chose us as the 2024 Environmental Railroad of the Year.
Okay.
So with the alternate residential, who would determine whether it's residential or the other designation?
So behind that, one of the things which I personally would love to see would be live-work lofts. And so you would have I'm not sure the size, but let's just say, 100 things that would be a shop below, residence above. Make it into a really cool makerspace community. That's something I would love to see because it would be something unique. But
it could, with an alternate residential, it could be just all straight residential.
It certainly could.
Who would make that determination?
Part of the thing there, and along with probably the other next 20 questions we could get into, is that we'd be entering a memorandum of understanding where it would be non-binding, scoping out what we would do. That would then lead to a master development agreement, which would be more binding.
So
and those are the
let me just ask, answer Doug's question because that's not really answered by that answer. So all private projects that are not railroad related would have to go through a normal city planning approval process. So it would need to go to Planning Commission and City Council, get a coastal development permit, use permit, design review. So at the end of the day, it's going to be the City Council and the Planning Commission that decides whether a project gets approved or not approved.
But if residential is a permitted use, the fact that it's residential can't be a reason to deny it.
So in all mixed-use districts, and I will say that the city and MR have a disagreement about allowing residential. When I say the city, I don't mean City Council, because City Council, as I said in the past, has not weighed in this. I mean the city's consultants disagree with the idea of including residential in the industrial zoned area. So that just is an area of contention that hasn't been worked out yet before bringing it to City Council, and it may not be. City Council may need to decide that. But the rest of the project, mixed use, generally consists of two different alternatives. So commercial on the bottom floor and residential above, or within the same parcel, a component of residential and a component of commercial. Right now in the...
So you're moving beyond answering my questions.
I think we need to move on because we're a little behind schedule, so it'd be great if we could go up to the pause 8.
Can I just ask a quick question? So the award for clean railroads was not for this railroad, the Mendocino Railroad.
That was won by Sierra Northern Railway, which is our two main railway operations.
Right, but that's another.
Yes, but then the hydrogen locomotive was for Sierra Railroad Company and Mendocino and Sierra Energy.
But these engines are not hydrogen clean.
No, but
that's all I need.
No, but let me answer the question. As far as Mendocino Railway Mendocino Railway does have 4 tier 4 emission locomotives that are coming online right now specifically for only operation in this county. And those are the lowest emission locomotives that are currently available anywhere. So that is coming here. We have the lowest emission locomotives here. The hydrogen, we only have 1 built. 3 more are being built.
Well, it just, the impression was it was here.
I'm covering a lot of ground very quickly.
We're going to get up to stop 6 and 7, where we're going to talk about remediation, and that'll kind of wind down the tour.
Folks?
No, sorry, we're driving, right?
Yeah, so we're just going to go drive straight down and park.
Yeah, so jump in your cars, and then when drive.
Pardon my speed. Again, Jeremy Mayer, I'm an environmental engineer. I've been working out here on the cleanup of the mill site for over a decade. Brought a couple of exhibits. This is going to be a little bit quick. This is the state of soil and sediment at the mill site. Everything that you see is green has been approved by DTSC for no further action. That means it can be used for any unrestricted use. Residential, hospitals, schools, daycares, anything. Everything that is in yellow has a restriction. That's generally because there's some soil in the ground below the pavement that maybe is deeper or has a relatively lower concentration, but is not meeting unrestricted use, but could easily be, commercial, industrial, or even recreational. So those are the current state, and this goes back to the date on here is 2019. Everything that's on here is the same as it is today. On the back, I have the state of groundwater. So groundwater at the site is also largely unrestricted use. There are 3 large yellow areas that you see on here. The 2 of the 3 of these, the groundwater meets drinking water standards. So I'll say that again, the groundwater meets drinking water standards in 2 of these restricted areas. It is just above a human health goal that the state of California likes to use as a remedial goal because it is more conservative, but you could still put a well in those areas and drink that water under the state of California rules. So some of them, there are some slightly higher concentrations in the center area and at the very corner here that are not approved for drinking, but we all use city water in the city of Fort Bragg, so there is not a lot of risk to people from groundwater. So soil and groundwater are nearly complete at the site. We do still do some monitoring periodically, and you see those reports, they go into DTSC. The larger activity that remains at the mill site that is yet to be done, and a lot of folks have interest in this, is the Mill Pond Dam. So Pond 8, as it's called, has sediment in it. It has 105, give or take, 1,000 cubic yards of sediment in that pond. Some of that sediment has some dioxin in it that is at concentrations just above the unrestricted use goals. And so that dioxin, the ponds are not going to harm you by walking by them. In fact, you can go in the pond 50 days a year for 24 hours a day. Please don't. You'll get hypothermia. But if you were in the pond 50 days a year, 24 hours a day, you would be at the residential standard for dioxin exposure. Concentrations are very low. That said, they are not unrestricted. So something has to be done in order to address that. The current proposal that the DTSC is working with us on is a containment proposal. The dam, as some of you may have known, was built in 1885. So I don't have the record drawings, and I didn't draw them. But in 1885, the dam was built to, as I said earlier, there were 3 drainages that went across the site. 2 of them were stopped by the earthen berm, the long earthen berm that goes along the north side of the pond. The other was at the Grewal, which is right up against the ocean down here. This is the concrete spillway. The dam is this entire 1/4 mile long structure at the northern end of the pond. In order to better contain the sediment and in response to DSOD, so the Department of Safety of Dams under the Division of Water Resources of California has deemed that the dam has some deficiencies. It is thin in this area. So under an earthquake load, this area could be subject to some deformation. A soil buttress, basically a large pile of dirt for the technical terms, has been proposed to be built in that area. The pond is large enough to be a jurisdictional pond, which would mean that we would need to have a low-level outlet, a larger spillway, and a bunch of other features that if we were to simply disconnect it in the center, those elements would not need to be constructed. So we have a small divider that would divide the pond into 2 smaller areas. And then there's the Grewal section. Grewal is made out of timber, redwood timber. As I said, these are some of the biggest timber logs I've ever seen. You stand down next to them, they're about 6 foot in diameter. They were placed in the 1880s and infilled with soil. That is the subject of some additional interest by the Department of Dam Safety. They would like a buttress or some other feature. Their first proposal to us was dig it out and pour a concrete dam. And we said, we could do something that's easier, more natural, more consistent with the environment that's out there. We could do just a rock slope protection using rock that looks a lot like the cliffs that are out there, the bluffs. So that is the current plan. That is the most recent proposal that went to DTSC that is currently in their consideration. And it is also the subject of the coastal development permit that was submitted to the city a couple of years ago. And so we've been in the midst of those discussions and ongoing conversation with both DSOD, DTSC, the regional board, a host of other California and federal agencies to get to a point where we can understand what that plan should be. In all of that, I wanted to mention that we have a stormwater system. The city of Fort Bragg drains to Pond 8. About 50% of the land area in the city discharges to Pond 8. That discharge is not something that you or I should be drinking. That water has contamination in it, and it settles out in Pond 8. Pond 8 offers anywhere between about 65% and 99% treatment of the stormwater that comes off of the city. That contamination accumulates in the sediment in the pond as it does just about anywhere else in the world, right? So things get into slow-moving channels, and they're going to settle out. And so this is a map that shows the drainage areas, shows 124 acres and 103 acres of the city drain directly into Pond 8 through culverts. Folks have talked about daylighting creeks. There's definitely some interest in accommodating that as part of the future development, if that's something that the community wants to support. And so, there's the possibility to daylight creeks into the pond, but that pond provides a vital stormwater treatment function for city stormwater before it gets to the ocean. And so we've got to figure out a plan that addresses the sediment that's currently in the pond, plus all of the sediment and contamination that comes off of the city and ends up either in the pond or in the ocean at some point in the future. And we need a plan that's going to work all of that in together. So, I had 5 minutes, I probably went over.
No, that was great. I don't know if...
I have just one quick item. Especially for the commissioners, there's a lot of activity all happening between the fence there and the coastal trail there. There's no official plan yet how to address this, but we have Pond 8, Pond 5, there's talk about the trolley, there's talk about a road, there's all the possible daylighting of creeks, there's a lot of issues. So just, you may want to take a mental picture or an actual picture, because this in the future is going to be a tricky spot how to navigate. That's all I wanted to say here.
Okay, and I just was going to invite the city if there was anything Marie or anyone wanted to talk about related to the CDP for the CEQA process that you have pending, or any of this remediation
I'm not sure
stuff.
if there's anything I want to talk about.
Or the creek daylighting.
An application was submitted to the city, I believe in 2019, and then the lawsuit intervened, and there hasn't been much progress on it since then. Essentially, this project will require a coastal development permit because part of the area is within the Coastal Commission's purview. Basically, everything above the mean high tide down on the beach, it's within their purview. The coastal development permit that gets processed for this could either be processed by the city, or we could work with the Coastal Commission, have them process it instead. Regardless, it will also require a CEQA document. All of that will be forthcoming at some point. I mean, this has been getting worked on forever, and I don't know, I don't have much more more to add than that.
I think it is actually all above the high tide line, so what's proposed currently is in the city's jurisdiction, and it was described some of what's proposed, some improvements to the dam to meet the seismic safety requirements, but DTSC, as I understand it, is still looking at various alternatives for remediation for Pond 8 through an addendum that was requested to be prepared for the remedial action plan for Pond 8. So that's currently with DTSC. I don't think they have a final remediation plan yet, and so that might be part of what's holding up this CDP and the alternatives that'll be contemplated in the CEQA document.
Yeah, and the CEQA document would be an EIR for this project, so it would have to include alternatives per DTSC's requirements.
Yeah. So there's just one more stop.
It's a quick one.
And it's just to go see ponds 1 through 4, and it's just, I think you can walk.
Yeah,
or you
the
can
best.
drive.
You already walked. If you walked, you walked twice as far as we're going. So it's just kind of backtrack. I'd suggest let's do that at the next one, because that would be the last stop. And if people want to then leave while we're talking, we could.
I have a question still about Pond 8. I understand it was only checked down to a certain level. When will it be checked to a lower level to see about additional toxins like dioxins and others? Yeah. When will that happen?
I think that's a question for Jeremy.
So I'm sorry, how far did the sediment get sampled? The sediment has been sampled throughout the entire depth. Some of the pond is 6 feet thick in sediment. Some of the pond is actually about 20 to 25 feet thick in sediment, but it has been sampled through that full range. Some of you who've been tracking it very closely may remember in about 2019 we did additional sediment sampling. That was at DTSC's request because maybe there was a gap in a particular layer in a particular spot, and so we did additional sampling. That's the last time I actually collected an environmental sample in my career. I was out there in the pond myself and my waders. So. But that work was done, yes.
Okay.
Jeremy, on the map, the water map, you had several areas that were large and blue that you didn't address. What
So
are
I'm
those
sorry.
areas that
So
were large and blue.
The site was divided into OU A, B, C, D, and E at the very beginning. OUE is the part that has the ponds and some of the aquatic related features that are adjacent to them. The blue areas are still part of OUE. There's not a final remedial action plan for OUE. That's what DTSC is working on now. So anything that was not yet fully signed off by DTSC in there, we're in those blue areas for the groundwater, I think that was. Yeah, and maybe even some of the soil.
So mediation is not complete for the mill site?
Remediation?
Yes.
Well, the sediment still is in the pond. We're working on that remedy, and the current proposed remedy is a containment remedy. There is one spot up near the skunk train that there was a tank that still has a planned remediation on it. But otherwise, the soil, all that soil that's in green, is complete, and the groundwater is in a monitoring program. Does that answer your question? So yes, there's work to be done.
Was yes, it's not.
Yeah, there's work yet to be done.
Okay. So do we just walk
Uh,
up?
walk or drive, we'll try to make it obvious. It'll be loop around and up that way.
Okay.
Don't drive off on your own. There's some very scary cliffs out there.
All right, so again, we're going to talk a little bit about the remediation parts of the mill site that remain. Ponds 1 through 4, also sometimes referred to in some of the reports as the South Ponds. These were a part of the wastewater treatment system for the facility. So when we were down towards the very beginning, looking out at Pond 8, and you could see that lowland where the powerhouse and some of the other mill equipment was. The powerhouse would discharge into a pond in that lowland called Pond 7. Then that water was pumped up here to Pond 4. And it settled in Pond 4, which is a really narrow little trench. And they would scoop that out and put it in something they called the ash pile. And then the ash pile was hauled off site and disposed. The Pond 1 went from 4, this is really, good engineer set this up. It went from 7 to 4 to 1 to 2 to 3. So again, I didn't do that. But this was the final area of wastewater treatment for water that was coming out of the power plant at the mill. I know, and I heard some folks mentioning, ash from the mill did get used in soil amendments in the community, at the school. DTSC has sampled a lot of those locations. A lot of it went to McGuire Ranch, and those locations were sampled. The areas that were found to contain dioxin were from a very limited window. So who remembers in 2000, 2001, the lights went out, rolling blackouts? So they had a power plant on the site, and they were using it to generate electricity. And they could push that electricity back out to the grid. And so there was a very limited window of about 2 years where they accepted municipal waste from the city and burned it in the boiler. That limited window of time did generate ash that had higher concentrations of dioxin in it. Most of that ended up in Pond 7, first place. We've removed all of the sediment from Pond 7. It is now in a landfill. So that pond is in the lower area of the site. The second pond, as I said, was Pond 4. That's that narrow little ditch where they would regularly scoop it out and put it in a pile. That pile did not get distributed in the community. That pile got hauled away when the mill got closed. So that ash came out of Pond 4, and then it settled into Ponds 1, 2, and 3. So Ponds 1 and 2 had some, 1 and 2 and 3 had some limited remediation where we removed the highest concentrations back in 2017. And so that material then was removed, taken to a landfill. These do not meet your unrestricted use, right? You don't want to build a daycare in the pond, but you can still be in there, like I said, 50 days a year, 24 hours a day, and still have a exposure that is considered safe by DTSC. So what we did is we removed those concentrations that were above that, and then these are also slated to be contained and remain as a water feature, as an environmental feature, as habitat, but not for unrestricted use. So that is the state of Ponds 1 through 4.
And Melissa's asking me to wrap us up, so I'm the wrap up. So I wanted to just give a really quick overview of what's next. So one of the things that the city and the Coastal Commission is considering is something called a categorical exclusion order, which would help settle the lawsuit with the skunk train by defining specific areas of the mill site
and specific train-related uses only that would be exempt from requiring a CDP. And then also she's telling me, I'm getting all kinds of hints, the previous planning efforts as well. So this is the area that I was talking about that's super industrial. You can look over there and see it's all paved and there's a lot of old foundations for buildings. So the new plan also calls for that to be industrial, but they're also calling for live work, whereas the old plan was just purely industrial. Why does the city need industrial? Because actually, as it turns out, this whole site was an industrial, and it was the major employer for Fort Bragg for many years, and the rest of the town has very little industrial. And so things like contractors, different types of businesses that are industrial uses have a very hard time finding a location. And so there's actually a fair amount of market demand for an industrial use, and that seems like a very good location to have it. Again, just a reminder, most of this was thought of as urban reserve in the previous plan, and now is thinking more general commercial, some more higher density housing, 24 units per acre, and then the wide array of commercial uses that would be permissible there. And with that, hallelujah, we're finished. You can all walk home, and thank you for coming.
Just wanted to say thanks. I don't know if you want to wrap up with anything, but yeah, I just wanted to thank Mendocino Railway very much for allowing us to come out here and tour in the city for their efforts as well. And
Thank you.
let wrap it
Thanks
up.
to everybody who made the trek out and all of the walking and jostling back and forth. We'll be happy to stay around if anybody has any specific questions, but otherwise, really appreciate the participation from the Coastal Commission, the City of Fort Bragg, the Sherwood Band of Pomo Indians. Really do appreciate everybody coming out and going on this walk with us. So thank you again, everybody.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Sorry, I have a question.
Sure.
What is that? Is that a wildland? Is that what it is? So is that like, that can be?
Yeah, that's going to be preserved as a...
It was, I believe, wasn't it? It was a demonstration forest planted by Georgia Pacific.
That's north up there was a demonstration, and this part has always been kind of a wetland, kind of willing.
They had a tree nursery
Okay.
there as well, but this will remain.
So that fills up with water during winter?
There is a creek or a ditch that runs through the middle of it that is wet, yes.